BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is the Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Coming up on the show as we speed towards the weekend, we'll get you going with last night's matchup in Minneapolis between the Warriors and the Timberwolves. In 20 minutes, the latest football news and perhaps another payday for the SEC. In 40 minutes, it's an update on the Stanley Cup playoffs. Caps got the dub last night right here in D.C. Denton's got his Ovechkin sweater on, so it's already a good Friday. We'll also debate the question blowing up on TikTok. How many Americans would it take to beat 100 British people? That should be a lot of fun. At 7 o'clock, we'll handicap tonight's games on the hardwood with the Cavaliers in a must-win situation against the Pacers, followed by our favorite baseball plays at 7:20. Then we'll hand out some playoff grades, which superstars are passing, which ones are failing, at 8 o'clock. Even more basketball before we bring in a special guest, Trisha Whitaker, the Major League Baseball Friday Night Baseball host, sideline reporter for Apple TV before our best bets at 8:20. I'm Michael Jenkins in D.C. She is Chelsea Messenger live in Nashville. Chelsea, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. I am excited for a day of rest after a very big day yesterday in the Buchanan household.
Oh.
Yesterday was our pre-K graduation for my 5-year-old. Did you know they had graduations out of pre-K? I did not know this, but we had a fun-filled I guess you would call it a recital. Like, they did little things to kind of show what they learned. It was full of like kids crying for their moms and like everything you would expect from kids that are probably too young to be doing a recital. At one point, we were on a 50-second thrill ride of them counting to 50. They literally just counted to 50. This was part of the program. And let me tell you, it was cute, and I'm very proud of my daughter, but like, I don't know who directed this thing, but we got to get a better director in there next time because I feel like the producing maybe was not top notch.
What is the thought process behind let's count to 50? Just show that, hey, these young kids are learning to count and they can go all the way up to 50. Is that it?
Yeah. And like, I get it, but like making us just sit there as they count to 50. Literally everybody's just sitting there. 1, 2,
oh my
3.
God.
And they get increasingly louder. Like, I don't know what it is about kids and recitals that makes them want to shout. Like, whether it's singing, whether it's talking, they want to shout, especially the boys. So once we got in like the 40s, they were like yelling really loudly.
Oh my God. You got to 3, I was getting stressed out. I was like, oh gosh.
2.
By the end, you got your left eardrum kind of aching because it's about to explode. Well, how long did this program last? I'm very curious.
Oh, well, it was longer than 50 seconds, I'll tell you that.
I bet that's right.
It was probably like maybe 30 minutes. It wasn't that long. Like, they didn't try to do too much, but they rolled through it. Like, they sang all these songs. They did all these things. We know our shapes. And they shouted at us like shapes. Rhombus. Square.
Parallelogram. You're getting there. You're getting there, kid.
And listen, like, some of the other parents were coming up to me. They're like, are you going to cry? It's such a sentimental program. And I was like, I don't think so. Because I was here for the last one. And it was not sentimental. It was like unintentional comedy. And that's what it was this time. So I don't know how people cry during this. Because it's just... like, there was a little boy that was just beet red and looked like he was in Guantanamo Bay. Like, it looked like he was being tortured. He just wanted to go sit with his mom. And people are like, oh, it's so sentimental. How
Did you have a good day?
Mommy
didn't waterboard me this morning, so that's good. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen the rest of the day. Do you have memories from kindergarten or pre-K? Like, what's your earliest memory? Like, some of my early, and I mean early, and it's just, it's kind of a very fuzzy. Like, I have a handful of memories from, like, kindergarten era, but nothing, like, dramatic or anything like that. But I have a handful of memories from back then, but they're very sparse.
Yeah, I don't remember Mother's Day out at all, which is pre-K. I remember kindergarten a little bit because I went to the Little Red Schoolhouse, which was, like, at this Christian school. So I remember that a little bit.
Yeah.
I feel like for childhood, it's more about like little moments. Like when we go on vacation, like I remembered those trips.
Yeah.
But like, I don't remember like the day-to-day minutia or like, what did you get for your 5th birthday? I don't remember. I don't even remember most of my parties. Like, I remember a few of them. Like, one time we went to the Science Museum, and I remember I tried to climb the dinosaurs when I was, like, 4 or something.
Yeah.
Just because my mom told me. Like, I don't have a firsthand memory of me being like, oh, I gotta climb those dinosaurs. Do you remember all your birthday parties?
I don't. I remember a couple of birthday parties. I think one in particular I remember at my house, but I don't think I had a lot of birthday parties. I remember one, which was fun, and it was around kindergarten time. The first thing I remember, honestly, during that time is reading to my classmates. Like, I could read really early, and so and they'd be like, well, let's have Michael come up here and read to everybody. So I would just sit in front of the class, and which is funny because it just led to, you can sometimes put kids in a box or sort of push them down a certain road. So whenever we had any sort of program, or it could be Sunday school, it could be some sort of play, they were always like, okay, well, he's going to read to everybody, or he's going to be the presenter. Like, that's what he does. He's been doing this since we were kids. And also, it was a small town, too, so that kind of works into it as well. But, it's like, this girl does this guy does this. But that's one of the earliest things I remember is just sitting there with a book and just, people I'm close to this day, like sitting on the floor and just reading to them.
Well, that played out later in your life, obviously, because you're still doing that. You're reading
crazy
to all of us, Michael
yes.
Jenkins. When it's story time, when it comes to sports, and you've been doing this for a long time. So they did have a little section in the program where the kids said what they wanted to be when they grew up. And to my surprise, Blake said she wanted to be a scientist.
Oh.
A scientist?
That's
Where
great.
did this come from? And people are like, do you do science experiments at home all the time? No. I don't know where this came from.
You're going to have to make one of those volcanoes that explode when you put the right chemicals in it, I did one of those when I was a kid, and then the lava comes out, and you're like, oh my God. I mean, if your kid wants to be a scientist, that's a good goal early on, I feel like.
Yeah, but I don't think she knows what it means. Like, I think she likes just like filling up beakers or something. I don't know, but we'll see. I did video it in case she becomes like some famous scientist later down the road, but we'll see.
Well, I mean, dreams come true. Max says in the chat he wanted to be a race car driver at his kindergarten graduation. Look at him now.
I can't believe he remembers that. Like, I don't remember. I think I said I want to be like a horse. Like, that's what my
You
goals
wanted to be a horse?
I wanted to be a horse. I was really into horses. Unfortunately, that dream did not come true, Jenks.
Well, you know what? Modern medicine has advanced very, very rapidly. You just don't give up on the dream. How did things go last night? We had a pretty big card yesterday. I mean, I had freaking... Well, I did. I had 5 bets on the card. So let's hear about the winner and the loser. 1-1 night, not bad.
Yeah, you crushed it, man. So I only had 2 bets. Phillies money line, that came through luckily in extra innings. Phillies topped the Rays 7-6 at a -136 price. As for the Dodgers, they didn't score a single run in the first 5 innings. This is one of the best first 5 offenses in all of baseball, and they couldn't give us a single run. So I had them in the first 5. The Diamondbacks led 5-0 after 5. So 1-1 for me. But Jenks, look at all these dubs.
About time. 4-1 night. So I was on the Phillies as well. Yay. I mean, can you really say you did a great job by fading the Rockies in 2 games? I mean, it was not close, but
still
that
counts.
was the handy. Yeah, still counts. Tigers won 10-2 in game 1, 11-1 in game 2. Also, the Twins on the money line against the O's. That was a winner, but I did lose Dodgers on the money line. So I was so close because I was keeping track. I'm like, oh on track for 5-0 night, but we'll take 4-1. Donkster was laying 10.5 with the Timberwolves against the Warriors. The T-Wolves win 117-93. We'll talk about that in just moments. So for the week, you are 4-5. I'm 9-5. The Donkster 1-3. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. It's always great to have you, especially on a Friday. And what happened last night in the NBA? Well, the T-Wolves, as we sort of expected, just all over the Warriors, 117-93. The Timberwolves laying 11. They are minus 588 on the money line. Total set at 202. The overhits, and Julius Randle leading the charge.
Trying to speed up the game. They forced the turnover the last time down.
Here's Randle for three. Got it. Julius Randle buries the triples.
Call from TNT. Randle, 24 points, 11 assists. And Edwards, 20 points, 9 boards, 5 assists. And the T-Wolves finally shoot well from long range. 16 of 37. This game was almost over from the start. Minnesota jumps out to a 13-0 lead, and the Warriors take almost 5 minutes to score. They obviously playing this game without Steph Curry, out with a strained left hamstring. But the Warriors, they just sort of came out flat and just never recovered.
Yeah, the Warriors did not live up to their name in this one. Coming from a 13-0 deficit. Because here's the thing. I grabbed my popcorn. I was ready for a show because the NBA playoffs thus far have been appointment television. This was not it. Game was not close. By halftime, you're like, all right, are the starters even going to play in this game? Because I get it. It is a series war. It doesn't matter who wins the battle sometimes as long as you can win the other games. So I think Steve Kerr was kind of playing with that in mind, but still, you'd like to see a better performance. One would think that playoff Jimmy would step up and say, hey, this is my team now. We know Steph's out. Maybe we can hold down the fort. But when you dig yourself in that deep of a hole, it's really difficult to come back, especially when you don't have your best player.
Yeah, 17 for playoff Jimmy, 15 points from Buddy Hield. And the T-Wolves said, we kind of got it from our head coach, Chris Finch, after game one. He gave us the business. So they said they sat down in a film session, and this was a quote from Julius Randle. He was unhappy, and he let us know he was unhappy. And I'm sure that was a great, as I always say, well, it's a loss, but it's a good teaching moment for the head coach. But, I think he's done a really good job of, we saw him after game one criticize Anthony Edwards. You were pointing this out, where he said, the light just wasn't really on the entire game. So that's part of being a head coach, is getting your guys focused. It's, of course, much easier when Steph Curry is not on the opposing side, but still Minnesota responded.
Well, now we have to see how they respond after they're a little fat and happy after this win. Obviously, it was an easy one, but don't you think that it's harder to motivate guys who are doing well and guys who are trying to fight off complacency? Because I think it's maybe it's not, but I feel like it's pretty easy to sit there and say, hey, you guys got smoked by a team without Steph. What are you doing? That's an easy sell to me. These are competitors. These are guys that are fiery, that have something inside, or else they wouldn't be playing professional level basketball. But I think the real coaching starts when you have a team like this that now has a win under their belt, and you have to say, hey, you have to bring that same intensity every single night. Because in every walk of life, I've noticed this even with our show, it's not easy to be good one day a week, but it's a lot easier than being good 5 days in a row. So I think that's going to be the test for the Timberwolves. And we've seen it throughout the season. And we saw it last year, that it's a team that kind of struggles with consistency. And sometimes that's the case when your superstar is 23 years old. So I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for the T-Wolves moving forward.
Oh, very much. And you see this in any walk of life and any job. And look, being a professional athlete is a job where you get in a routine, right? This is kind of what I do. This is kind of what I do. And then sometimes you have to push your boundaries and say, all right, can I do this better? Or you have to analyze your weaknesses and say, this is something I need to work on, as opposed to just staying in that routine again and again and again. And to your point about motivation, that's what makes dynasties so impressive. Like the Warriors, for example, because they've done this, is not only do you have to motivate, because once you've done it once, it's, okay, I want to do it again. Are you still willing to put in the work when you finally accomplish that goal of getting a dub, getting a championship, getting a ring? And not only do you have that, you have teams that are now coming after you. Like, oh, those are the champs. So not only do you have to self-motivate, everyone else is more motivated to come after you because of what you've accomplished.
Oh, absolutely. And now the coaching job is really difficult, I think, for Steve Kerr because now you have to decide what to do with Steph Curry. I don't know if it's in the hands of the medical team or if it's like somewhat Steph's decision on if he's going to play in the next game. It sounds like he's not going to be available till next week. But then you've got Draymond Green getting another technical in a game that didn't really matter. So now he's got 5. I think it's 7 before you get suspended. What's Draymond doing? Like, Steph Curry should not have to come off the bench in his street clothes and give you a lecture. This was embarrassing.
And even more embarrassing, like after the game, he's like, I'm being targeted. It's like, no, you're not. And then he said, well, it's because I'm a black man. And I'm not trying to go into all that. But it's like, listen, man, it might just be because you've been a dirty player your entire career. Maybe that's it. Maybe you're just a dirty player. Like, the excuse making from him has just gone on forever. As I always say, it kills his legacy. Coming up next here on the show, the SEC already makes a ton of money, and now there's a chance to make even more. It's a Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It's a Friday. Come on, Double D. Didn't just put in the chat. Dim Day, our great producer. This music makes me want to surf. Yeah. Let's catch a wave, bro. Although you could also sound high when you say something like that. Look what I found here in the studio. Smelling salts that Denton brought in.
Ooh.
Oh. Should I try these this morning?
I mean, that's what we got them for.
I know.
Didn't get them to look. They're not looking salts, James.
They aren't looking salts, and we can make them looking salts. Look, what's in here?
This is going to determine what kind of feeling this Friday is going to be.
Geez.
It is a feel-good Friday, but how good are you going to be feeling?
Here's the thing. I'm opening
Can
them up
you
right
smell
now.
it once you open them?
Yes. Holy crap. Yes.
Is that all it takes?
No, I mean, maybe, but you're supposed to, actually smell. Yeah. My question is, this is a whole bottle. So
This was something I found on Amazon, and it was made for powerlifters.
Oh, good.
Which you fit the bill very well.
Thank you,
So
obviously.
if you need to deadlift 800 pounds and you need a little bit of a giddy up, here's your thing.
So how do I smell these without doing this whole bottle and getting knocked out? Oh, dude, you can smell. I mean, my God. Should I just put
are they not packets?
No, it's just a whole bottle of smelling salts. No packets at all.
Oh,
So do you need a measuring cup?
I wish I had. What can I put this on?
God, someone's going to walk in the studio and think we're doing
you
coke.
got it's coming up right now. I'm like, oh my God. Maybe I could put it on the tip of one of these little adapters and just go from there. Hold on. Here we go.
I thought I bought you packets of smelling salts. I didn't know I just bought you raw smelling salts.
Raw smelling salts.
It's just a mountain, like a mountain of cocaine. You
know
just
what
put
I
it in
love?
front of yourself.
I love that on the cover of this bottle is a bear, gritting his teeth. Oh, God. All right, here we go. What if I did this?
This is what you need to fight. What is it, the gorillas? Aren't we having this huge national debate about us fighting gorillas?
God,
this is
really
what we need.
It does look like you're doing coke.
It does look at coke on it. Should I just give it a shot here?
This is what radio was like in the 80s. Wait. You're not supposed to ingest the smelling salt.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Oopsies.
You just smell them? I did that like cocaine. I just was all right, there you go. Whoa.
That was pretty skilled, Jenks. I'm going to have to question your background.
You were just
for our radio
I've obviously
listeners,
never done them before. God bless.
You've never done smelling salts, but you did that really smoothly.
Oh, yeah. I've never done cocaine
You're a
before.
natural.
I know I seem like it. Maybe I should. I mean, that was Jesus. Oh, God. Okay.
That's an untapped talent, Jenks.
It wasn't great.
No,
I did it totally wrong.
You did it totally wrong.
Okay,
My
Den,
eyes
can
are
you
watering.
explain
Oh, this doesn't
how
feel
you're
good.
supposed to do it?
Well,
what did
so-
you do wrong?
You're just supposed to sniff it. It's not supposed to.
I
You
guess-
really aren't supposed to get it that close to your face, apparently.
I guess they're smelling salts and not sniffing salts.
Yeah, so it's supposed to you just get a whiff of it and it gives you a little bit of a jolt. I thought I was buying packets because, if you see in
just see 'em do
baseball,
this.
Yeah, you see him rub it across the nose, and it's in a packet, so it's not going up your nose. So the fact that he just took it to the dome, I mean, he's gonna be wired for the rest of the day.
Wow. What are you guys doing tonight? What do you guys? Let's go out. God, what time is it? 5? 6 p.m.? Oh, whew, okay. That didn't feel great.
Oh, no.
I
The
sort
wolf of the BetMGM network, Michael Jenkins.
I'm such an idiot. That's how you know. I've never done smelling salts, and I have not done coke before. Of course, people were wrong.
That wasn't a good endorsement.
Sure, buddy. All you did was I'll just put it here. Well, okay. All right. Well,
Do you
I
at
wish
least
you were-
have water? Do you have something to drink?
I do. I
Okay.
probably shouldn't just chug coffee after that. What's weird is that I just did it up one nostril, and so my right eye is just going. My left eye is fine, but the right side of my face is going bonkers right now.
So you got to even it out.
Oh, no. I mean, my nose is running. It was a bad idea.
We need to get you one of those Navage things. Have you seen those on TV?
Right here. Big smart guy. I can't believe I actually sniffed those things. Yes, I could use one of those, like the neti pot.
Yeah.
The Navage.
We're going to have to get you. We're going to do something through your nose every Friday of the month of May.
Awesome. We'll finish it. This is company supplied drugs, okay? This has been through, the analysis. It's fine. And then I'm going to, or I can just get it myself on the street and then I'll send it in to concur.
No, I think you do legal things, but do them like you're doing drugs. Like,
okay.
I have a friend, when we were in like 5th grade, he tried to smoke grass, like actual grass. So you should try to snort. Got that good ryegrass.
Oh, yeah.
So you should try to like snort things that maybe aren't drugs. See how it goes.
You can next week, give a little tip to your boy Roger. Hey, leave a little extra coffee, little ground coffee to the side here. I need to snort the ground coffee.
Yeah, I want the ground. Like you said, straight to the dome. Guys, check this out.
Gosh.
St. Augustine. Oh yeah. I got a few blades over the weekend. God. All right. Well, that was fun. Ugh. All right, Chelsea, you might have to guide us the rest of the show. Great job, James. So, you know what the SEC smelling right now? More cash. Cash money, baby. Yeah, that's right.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Got this.
ESPN is reportedly, this is according to The Athletic, they will add money to the SEC's media rights deal if the conference will add another league game to the schedule. So, no formal offer has been made, but this could mean potentially between $50, $80 million per year for the SEC if this happens. So the trade-off for this, the SEC has done this forever, and it's sort of masterful, right? Because in the middle of the SEC schedule, when teams are just beating up on each other, and then all of a sudden Alabama will welcome like the Delta State Institute for the Blind, like they just bring in someone you've never heard, like some really like easy win. They're going to win like 52-0 in the middle of the year. And at the end of the year, guess what? The SEC, which plays one less conference game than the Big Ten, then all of a sudden they have a better record overall, in addition to playing to arguably the best conference in the country. But you wonder now, with the playoff field expanded to 12, if the SEC will get more credit for playing in a tough conference, but this might go against that. It could potentially help them or hurt them depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, because the way that I looked at it was the SEC is going to get a ton more money. And they have a huge leg up on the competition now that you can officially pay athletes. Because doesn't that feel like a little unfair? Like if you're a team that's not in the SEC and you're trying to win a national championship, you're like, hey, ESPN, $80 million? You're just going to give it to them? They don't need help, guys. So that's what it felt like to me, is that like in the arms race of college football, they are just getting another handout. And I understand you got to play another game, but if you have better players and you have a team that clearly or if you have a business, because that's what ESPN is, that has a vested interest in your conference, feels a little unfair to me.
I don't disagree. I mean, people forget these networks, like ESPN in particular, wields a lot of power because they have a lot of money and they can decide who to cover, when to cover a particular team, all of these different things. They have money to spend. So all of a sudden they say, you know what? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I know you don't want to play an extra conference game, but wouldn't it be nice to have an extra, I don't know, $80 million per year in the coffers? It would not surprise me if the SEC does this. I mean, you know how it is. Money talks. You don't think the conference is going to say, yeah, we can do it. We'll take the extra cash. I mean, it's a lot of money. It's a win-win for everyone involved, but I feel like this will happen at some point. The one potential roadblock is that the SEC and the Big Ten have been talking about having non-conference games against each other like every single year, which would be awesome during the regular season. But again, if you do that, then you definitely don't want to add another SEC conference game in addition to maybe partnering with the Big Ten.
I would love to hear Nick Saban's opinion on this, because I feel like in more ways than one, like him leaving the coaching ranks, I feel like he used to be like the figurehead for things like this. Like, I feel like he would be somebody who is in the old camp of saying, we don't need to add football games. But now he's on the other side of the coin. He works for ESPN. Like, I would imagine he's probably not going to say something about this because obviously it's a conflict of interest. But now that he is not that figurehead in the SEC, I wonder if there are any coaches that will come out against it.
I don't know. Do you want to cross Nick? I mean, now he's going to be on this presidential council. He's the guy who is reportedly going to head this up that the government is going to create to sort of look at the different rules and concessions and how they should manage NIL and perhaps conference alignment. I mean, all of these different things they're going to look at in the sport, whether athletes are paid or whether they're not, or whether they're professionals or amateurs is probably a better way to look at it. But do you want to cross a guy who's going to have who already has a ton of gravitas, who's going to have even more actual power? Probably not.
Well, I don't even think it's crossing him. I just wondered because, like, who is going to speak out for, like, the NFL uses this all the time, the safety of the players. I know nobody cares in college, but this is where it stinks that they don't have, like, a players association, right? They don't, to my knowledge. And if you're going to operate like the NFL and get paid and have contracts and agents and all this, you probably need to have some sort of, like, players association, right? Like, somebody sticking up for the players, even though I guess if it's more money, nobody's going to complain.
I mean, I think this is going to, or there's a possibility of it happening. I mean, honestly, at some point, if you have college sports becoming slowly more professional in players getting paid, conferences getting paid, and you have all of those professional aspects of the game surrounding college football, at some point, someone is going to step up and say, okay, if you're going to institute all of these rules and you're going to tell us, oh, we have to play this many games and this is how you're going to get paid, then at some point, I guarantee the players will organize and there will be some sort of players union in college football. And then the crazy thing about that is, I mean, this is something that potentially could actually happen, and then all of a sudden college sports is a professional game just played at the college level.
Yeah, that or we'll see more opt-outs, right? Like towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
If they add another game and it's not a meaningful one, guys aren't going to play. It's going to be like the last week in the NFL.
I mean, it's a good point. That's kind of where we're headed. So I'm interested to see how it shakes out. Can you see your screen right now? Who's the favorite to win the SEC? Oh, God, that makes me so happy. Texas is favored at plus 270. Georgia's 4-1. Bama's 5-1. Tennessee is 13-1. Oh, God, it feels so it feels better than those smelling salts, I have to say.
I was going to say,
I
think that's kicking in.
Yeah.
Texas is the favorite.
Double D, you fired it up for me? Oh, Chelsea's like, are you serious in May? I got to hear this song just like I hear it 4 times a week during the fall. Let me just sip my tea here and let this moron who sniffed those smelling salts go on and on and on about his school. Well, guess what? I will, because fall practices are only about 4 months away, and we're going to start placing bets and enjoying college football season sooner than later. I cannot wait. I was trying to finish right there at the end, and wrap it up just in time.
4 months away. You make a
I know.
Practice is only 4 months away.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, you lost me on that one.
I know. We have like the NBA playoffs going on, incredible Stanley Cup playoff finishes, and we're like, well, I tell you what, these kids are going to be great when they take the field in the fall. So I understand that.
Did they have
go ahead.
Did they have a spring game though? Like
they did not.
Why not?
A lot of teams are doing this now, and it's the first time Texas has ever done it, but they are certainly not the only school. And the problem is now, because of the portal, what these big schools don't want to happen is to have a big spring game where you end up showcasing some of the talent on your roster, right? So if you have a game and someone shows out, could be a second-string guy, could be a first-string guy, all of a sudden, when the portal comes around, a team says, hey, we saw, not only do we have tape on you, a little bit of tape for the regular season, we saw what you did in the spring game. Based on that, let's make you an offer. And so this is, and the spring game's always fun, right? I mean, it's not a huge deal, but if you're a college football fan, it's nice to see the guys in the spring game. And now teams are having spring games because they don't want other schools poaching their talent.
That's annoying. Like, college football slowly is becoming way more corporate. Like, I feel like this is one of the best selling points of college football is that it doesn't have that corporate feeling. So if we keep going down this road, I don't know. It's going to lose some of its charm.
I agree. Right now, national title odds, BetMGM, Ohio State and Texas, 5-1 to win it all. Georgia plus 650. Oregon plus 750. Penn State's 8-1 double D. Chelsea, I put this in for you. NC State, 150 to 1. If you're looking for a dark horse. You just.
Wow.
Wow. Thanks, jerk. Yeah, coming up on the show, we'll check in on what happened last night on the ice. Caps got a dub, Oilers got a dub, and we'll answer a question going viral on TikTok that you have to stick around for. And it's next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Friday. Good morning to you. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're up early with us this morning. Looking forward to the weekend. I'm Jenks. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, we will answer the question that everyone has been debating on TikTok. How many Americans would it take to beat up 100 British people? We'll settle that right here. Chelsea, how much are you in TikTok? A little bit? A lot?
I attempt. Like, it's not something that I like doing, but I try to do it to keep up with the times. Okay. And it's terrible because the news cycle on, like, TikTok, like, the news cycle, I put it in, quotations, is so quick. Like, trends live and die in a day. So it's like, if you don't look that day, like a trend that you're like, hey, I'll do this trend next week when I do this or whatever, that trend's already dead and gone. So, like, as opposed to, like, the normal news cycle, which is what, like, 2 days? TikTok, it's like 2 hours.
Oh, no, that's true. It's so quick. The lovely Catherine loves TikTok. Like, loves it. She's always convincing people to get on it. And I'm telling you, it's like clockwork. After about 3 drinks, I look over and I see her doing something. I'm like, is that a TikTok dance you're trying to learn? She's like, yep. I mean, that's how I know. It's like, a couple drinks have kicked in, and now and then every now and then she'll be like, I want to try it. I'm like, okay, let's see it. So you will not see me doing a dance, but she gets caught up. She loves it. You know, me, I'm like, I'll check out a couple things. Like, I'll log in for a few minutes, and I'm like, okay, I'm done here.
I'll log into my TikTok and check out what's trending.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about TikTok, and it's the same about all social media platforms. If you find the right algorithm, it can be really helpful, and it can actually better your life. Like, it's not all just influencers doing get ready with me videos. Like, if you find the right niche, because there's a niche for everything. Like, there's farming niches. There are people who try to help you when it comes to public speaking, whether it's confidence. I follow this guy that's like, he used to work for like the FBI or something. It's something to use like body language to your advantage, or like what to say in conversations when you don't know like which route to take, like trying to manipulate people, I guess is how you would say it. So there are smart avenues on TikTok.
Sure.
You just got to find them.
No, that's absolutely true. I've watched TikToks about science. I watched a long one about the economy and how tariffs impact different levels of the economy and sort of, you know, how that ends up playing out across the world. It was like a 5-minute video. I was like, oh, this is actually sort of interesting. I'm learning something. And then next thing you know, it's like, you know, it's someone doing a dance or someone with their face right in the camera, like, I have a beef to pick with Wendy's. I'm like, okay, never mind. You know, so, you know, you're totally right about that. You have to watch for the algorithm, because every now and then I'll log in. I'm like, what is all of this? Like, I don't need it. Like, oh, there's a puppy. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. I'm all about animals. But then sometimes I'm like, I don't want to go down whatever road TikTok wants me to go down today.
I think the funniest part of TikTok is when people who actually have a background in something like intelligent try to dumb it down for like the idiots on TikTok. They're like, hey, besties, it's your best gal pal, and we're here to explain neuroscience. And you're like,
oh,
just
God.
be who you are. Like, you don't have to paint it in like the yeeted version of yourself or whatever the verb would be. Yassified. I think that's the verb that I need to use. But do you know what I'm talking about? Like, there's somebody that I follow that does this every single day. And listen, she's been very successful, so I get it. It's your rich BFF. Do you know the I think her name is like maybe Vivian too, and she does like money tips. She used to be like a stockbroker in New York. So she tries to like dumb it down like financial advice for all the girlies out there on TikTok. But all of her advice is like really good. And I think she's been really successful, but she starts all of her videos, hey girlies, it's your rich BFF. And that's how her videos start.
Well, I guess that will not be a follow for me, but I appreciate the insight there. I mean, I'm glad all the girls out there are learning something. That's not a bad thing for sure. Also not a bad thing when the Washington Capitals even up their series against the Hurricanes last night. Caps win 3-1. Caps came home, plus 115 on the money line. Under hits with a total set at 5.5. And the Capitals, and one of their vets getting in on the action.
Carlson across for Ovechkin. Checker and the defenseman's at the net mouth. Carlson scores! John Carlson! A power play goal! And a 2-0 Washington lead.
There you go, Johnny. Call courtesy of ESPN. Washington also gets a big game from Tommy Wilson, who provides an assist in the game-winning goal. Also cards an empty netter. And Logan Thompson, really big between the pipes, stops 27 of 28 shots. That's why Denton is wearing his Cap sweater today. Out in the West, how about the Oilers edging the Knights 5-4 in overtime? The Oilers coming home at plus money, plus 115, total set at 6.5, so the over hits, and it's one of Edmonton's stars that sends the team back home with a win in the extra session.
Hyman has hit the crossbar. McDavid a goal post here in the OT. McDavid beats one man to the net. Draisaitl scores! Game 2 to Edmonton. Final 5-4 in overtime.
That's from Sportsnet, of course. Leo Draisaitl. So now Edmonton with a 2-0 series lead. We'll get more hockey over the weekend. But this is something we need to get to now. This is very important. How many Americans would it take to beat 100 British people? This is a viral question on the old TikTok that is a play off the, of course, 100 men versus one gorilla. And this is how it sounded when you logged on to your TikTok.
Everyone's talking about 101 versus 100 gorilla. That, I got a new one. 100 British people versus 100 Americans. One big room, no weapons. Who's winning? Leave it in the comment section.
Amazing what goes viral. This guy just yelling into his phone, I got a new one. I was like, okay. It's 12 seconds. So?
I was already mad about that accent. Like, the second that he started talking, I was like, oh, no. How dare you? How dare you insult America? And Jenks, has nobody studied history? Was this not the Revolutionary War? Like, I understand that there were weapons used, but like, didn't we already see this? Like, hasn't this already transpired? We won. America takes a series lead. Down go the British.
Chelsea, this is a war for a new generation. A bunch of opinions.
This is a war for a new generation.
This is a new generation of war where we go to battle in the comment section, and whoever has the best comment wins. Whoever goes viral wins the war. But that begs the question. Okay, so how many Americans would it take? I mean, I think we all agree 100 versus 100. We're dominating. Yeah, we're dominating. So how many Americans would it take?
Yeah.
And who would you want on your team of Americans? Like, who are you putting there in the room?
So we don't get to use weapons, correct?
No.
Okay.
No. You can't have a guy with like an
M16.
Rule? What's that?
The best. Are we playing by like what you were joking about? Like the best comment wins? Because we're talking about influencers. I do think that we have the upper hand on the Brits.
No. I'm talking about just beating up somebody. Like just big dudes, not influencers.
We want violence.
It's just hand-to-hand combat. Yeah. Not in the comment section. I was joking.
I mean, we'd win at that too. Like, is this the American, like, stereotypical mindset, though? Like, we win at everything? Like, when I look at the Olympics, I'm like, oh, yeah, we're going to win everything. Like, this is how I feel about this. Because it has to be fighters, right? Don't we have the best fights? Like, do people go to Britain for, like, fights? No. They come here.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any great British UFC or boxers. I would put Draymond Green on my team, and then I would have someone who's fast to go run a Rudy Gobert jersey to everyone who's British, and then it's like a bull seeing red, and Draymond would just eat them alive.
You got to put Tyson in there, right? I know he's older.
I put Tyson in there.
Put Tyson in there. He'd hurt somebody.
You know, either go up to Southeast D.C. or Baltimore, just grab a couple random. Hey, what you guys doing? You want to go fight some people? And be like, all right, I'll take like 4 of you. Come on, we're gonna go fight some British people. Yeah.
One crazy Karen or two. Come on.
The state of Florida, like just Florida man, or like the Cajun people. I feel like that would be like a tough matchup. Like even some of the demographics of like people in our country. Like, I don't know, like how many, here's my question is, like how many World Star videos have come out of the UK? How many have we produced? Like even normal average people who get in fights at the mall, we still beat. Britain in that regard.
Oh, yeah. A couple of angry people from Waffle House. There's always like a late night
a
fight.
Waffle House cook.
Oh, dude.
Night shift cook. The guy that wears a shooting sleeve at Waffle House. You're like, why do you have a shooting sleeve on?
I'd throw in Aaron Donald in there. Ndamukong Suh. Just some abs. Ndamukong Suh would be terrifying because not only is he huge, he's very mean. Like, he's been voted like the dirtiest player in the NFL a couple times. So then you get someone who's mean and large. Put a couple of those guys in there. Jason Momoa. We'll get some Hollywood action in there.
The city of Philadelphia, right? Like, just take them to an Eagles game.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you want to come to America? You think you're better than us? You think you're going to beat us up? Go sit on the opposing side at an Eagles game. Just try it.
Yeah, that's a good one, too. Who else would be in the room?
I'd take a big, like a big hipster barista. One that doesn't take no sass from nobody.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? Got a nose ring and some dreads made, like a white with dreads.
Also, what's the number? Okay, we agree 100 versus 100. We have a massive edge. But how many Americans, what is it?
I'm capping it at like a solid 45. Anything other than 45 feels like unfair in favor of America.
Okay, I'd go 60. But 45, okay.
I go 45.
That's more than 2 on 1. That's an American answer right there. 45 tops. We can get them with 10. The right 10 guys. I mean, who are they going to throw at us? Hugh Grant and Mr. Bean? You know? Like, who's coming at us?
Like, who is the... Serious question. Who's, like, the manliest man you can think of that's British?
Winston Churchill, but I don't think
Winston
he's coming to the
Churchill.
fight.
But not from a physical standpoint. He wasn't a physical specimen, right? Like a strategist, yes.
How about Idris Elba?
Oh.
Isn't he
He is
English?
good looking.
He is British. I forgot about him.
He is British. All
Yeah,
right.
he's so cool. I forgot he was British.
Yeah, he's so cool. You're like, no, not
Like, he must be American.
No, he's not. He's British. Okay.
There's
All
probably
of a
some
sudden-
soccer players or something. I don't know.
Denton's like 46 Americans then. Not 40, 46 because of Idris Elba. Coming up next to the show. Back to basketball. Cavaliers in a must-win spot tonight against the Pacers. We're throwing out picks next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Happy Friday. It's time for hour 2 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, here are some of the topics we'll cover. We'll start with the NBA playoff previews for the day. Can the Cavs claw back from an 0-2 deficit against the Pacers tonight? And will the Nuggets give us a good game out west against the Thunder? At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball plays. At 7:40, it's time to grade the superstars in the NBA. We hand out our report cards for each face of the franchise still remaining in the postseason. And spoiler alert, Jason Tatum is hoping we grade on a curve, because I don't think it's going to be super pretty for the Celtics superstar. All coming up next within the next hour on the Daily Tip. All right, Jenks. So we were just talking about our pride for America and how sometimes it feels like Americans think they're the best at everything. Well, this is not proving us wrong. We have a new pope, and he is American. Hell yes. And maybe I shouldn't say hell yes about the new pope, just realizing that. Heck yes. Heck yes. I'll rephrase that.
Heck yes. Good for the new pope. I mean,
yes.
It's exciting. It's exciting. I mean, people in Chicago are super pumped about it. First American pope in history. And following in the lines of the previous pope as far as, I believe, sort of the way he sort of approaches his, I don't want to say his rule, but his role, I should say, as pope. But it's very exciting, and this means a lot to people who are of the Catholic faith. And the fact that he's from Chicago and graduated from Villanova is something that it's not what you would think, right? Because you sort of have an idea of the background of a particular pope or cardinal, whatever it is. But he's had a very interesting life, and now here he is.
Yeah, so do you hang a banner in Chicago? Is this a championship? Because he is from Chicago.
He wears a big hat and eats jardinero, my friends. Duh, Pope.
Duh, Pope. Okay, so that soundbite wasn't as tight as I thought it was going to be. But point being, duh, Pope. Similar to duh, Bears. Is this a championship for the city?
I mean, yeah. You got to hang a banner somewhere. Maybe right in the middle of United Center, just a big white banner, and just put Pope Leo, like right in the middle. But it's good for Chicago. It's good for, I feel like anything like this is something that everyone can get behind, because anytime you have some sort of religious leader that is revered so much, and then you can relate to that person in some way, is always a good thing.
Yeah. So anytime somebody's American, like, I'm always going to root for that person, even though I'm not Catholic, but we'll still root for him. Maybe they're going to include him on that next, what is it, Verizon? What's the phone commercial that has, like, the Nova Knicks? Because the Pope went to Villanova. Is he going to be, like, bumping fists with Jalen Brunson and Dante DiVincenzo next time? Would be awesome.
I'd love to think about him in the Sistine Chapel in front of a big screen, watching the Knicks play. Maybe watching Nova basketball next season. He's like, well, I'm not necessarily a fan of how Kevin Willard left the University of Maryland, but I will support him as I support all of humanity. Who knows? I never thought I'd give a Pope impression. That's a pretty terrible one, but there you go.
Yeah, I don't know how he sounds at all. I thought that sounded pretty godly, in my own humble opinion. But, like, who's the guy that created the Sistine Chapel? Like, who was the guy that, like, painted the ceiling?
Michelangelo?
Michelangelo. That was his name. Like, can you imagine Michelangelo, like, looking down from heaven, be like, I created this masterpiece, and you're watching the Knicks on your phone? I spent 4 years doing this. Like, something crazy. I don't know the numbers. I don't even know the guy's name. But you get the point that I'm trying to make. I wonder if he's going to try to like sneak his phone in. Is he a sports fan? I just realized I'm just like adding this to his narrative, and I have no idea.
I'd love to see the Pope have a TikTok. You know, I don't want to see the Pope on TikTok. I would just love to see his feed. Like, he leans over to a cardinal. Look at this road rage incident. We've got to calm down. It's like, wow, Pope Leo, what an algorithm you've got there. Who knows?
But you do have to use like the tools of the day. Like if you're trying to reach everybody, I can see where people would try to sell him on having a TikTok, because if you want to reach the younger demographic, that is how you do it. So maybe he needs to hire Jordan Hudson as a part of his team.
Oh, for the love of God.
To get the youngs.
Oh, that would be an absolute disaster. The last thing I want to see is like, the Pope wearing a robe on the beach and like Jordan Hudson's face is just like coming out of the middle and she's like, oh, look at me. And it's like, okay, that's enough. That's enough, Jordan. We don't need you. We don't need you hanging around the Pope. Keep her away from the Pope at all costs.
Ooh, I mean, he is older. It's in her demographic. All right, I'll stop with the Jordan Hudson jokes for now. All right, Jenks, let's go to the NBA playoffs. Speaking of, I was going to say the next. They're not playing tonight. All right, so it's Cavs and Pacers who are squaring off tonight. The Pacers lead the series 2-0. So will the Cavs have some fire in their bellies after that series start? The odds makers are thinking so. So the Cavs favorites here, -2.5. They're -145 on the money line, total of 229.5. So Jenks, we were pretty high on this total, I think, in both these games. Yeah. Are you going that route, or do you think that there is a play on a side here?
I still like the over. And now it's dropped 3 points. I mean, we've gone from 229.5 to 26.5. So all the money is coming in on the under, but I'd go the other way. I wonder, ultimately, the reason why this game is tough to bet on, because who is going to play? Like, who is going to play for the Cavaliers? We don't know. Like, Evan Mobley probably plays. DeAndre Hunter probably plays. Darius Garland probably out. I can't really tell if that's built into the number or not. And sometimes even the odds makers don't know. Like, sometimes we assume that the odds makers know, and their best guess is ours as well. And because we saw that in the previous game, where the Pacers, I believe, were getting 9.5 points, and then when it was revealed that the Cavaliers weren't playing all of their starters, that number shrunk to 5.5. So maybe this line moves. I would still go with the over, because regardless of who plays for the Cavaliers, you're still talking about two teams that like to play at a pretty high pace. Also, the over is hitting 7 of the last 10 games between these two teams. And going back to the regular season, the caveat being the Cavaliers had most of their starters healthy for the majority of the regular season. The Cavaliers were the number 1 overall team to the over. So this is one of those situations where I'm willing to go against the money. I'll go over to 26.5.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. I don't want to play the under. Like, maybe I'm not playing it, but I think I would lean towards the over here, because we saw in this last game between these two that as somebody who was on the over, I remember there was a stretch where the Cavs could not hit a shot. I think they had like some scoreless streak where they didn't score for like 6 minutes. So if you factor that in and they still hit the over, I think I like the over in this one as well. It's just a thing about the pace. And I think some of this depends on what the Pacers bring to the table tonight. So if it's the Pacers who are continuing to put up a good fight, which, they have a 2-game series lead here, I think they will control the tempo, because obviously if you keep running and gunning and scoring, the Cavs have to keep up. So maybe if it's the Cavs that kind of rule the roost in this one, maybe they set the tone, set the tempo. But I don't know. I feel like the Pacers still have some fight left in them, especially if we don't know about those injuries. And that makes it really tough to bet, especially this early in the morning. So maybe this is a wait and see for those of you who do want to bet on this game. Check that injury report before tonight. All right, let's go out west where we have the Thunder and the Nuggets. This series tied 1 game apiece. Thunder 4.5-point favorites, which is a departure from some of these big lines that we've seen. But this game in Denver, total of 233.5. So, Jenks, do we see a good game from the Nuggets in this one?
Oh, man, I don't know. I kind of like the Thunder here. Money is coming on the Thunder. We've seen this number move from Thunder -4.5 to Thunder -5.5. I think my worry here, when I I don't really know if I want to bet on the NBA tonight. I think my worry here is that this could maybe be a closer game than we anticipate, but I think there's always an overreaction, at least in the betting markets. There seems to be, at least from the public, when you see a blowout like we saw in the previous game, right? You're like, oh, now it's the Thunder, now it's the Thunder. But it could be the Thunder. I mean, going back to the regular season, they were the best covering team in the NBA, and I feel like that Oklahoma City just sort of woke up. Like they needed that jolt, they needed that loss from the Nuggets to say, okay, this is the playoff intensity that we have to have each and every single game, which is part of being a younger team, right? You sort of learn that over time. And then it caught the Nuggets off guard, which is ironic because this is a team that has won a title, that knows you have to have that each and every single game. But the Thunder are just, they can be so overwhelming when they're playing as good as they can play. And this is such a complete and all-around team. So I would still lean Thunder. I liked it at 4.5. I like it at 5.5. I don't think we're going to see a blowout again. But ultimately, just like the other game, I don't know if I want to play. You can still get Nikola Jokic to card a triple-double at plus 135. If you want some plus money, maybe that's the way you go.
Yeah, I think player props might be the way to go in this one because I'm not sure on a side. And even when you look at 5.5 and you say, hey, it's a couple possessions there. Think about the end of the game and when it comes down to free throws. And this is when usually if a team's ahead, that margin gets bigger. So 5.5 seems like, a sizable amount, but maybe not so much at the end of a game. So I'm not sure where to go on this one over at BetMGM. Here's how the bets are kind of landing. 61% of the spread bets are on the Thunder, 39 on the Nuggets, despite the Nuggets being at home. I wonder if this matters at all. Like we talk about this across the sports landscape where altitude can play a factor with some of these teams with tired legs. But I don't think the Thunder necessarily have tired legs. This is a really young team, one of the youngest teams in the NBA, and a team that certainly played in Denver before. But the other factor is usually you get better performances from your role players when you play at home. And I think that should be a good thing for the Nuggets. Like, do we get a good game from Aaron Gordon, who I even hesitate to call him a role player because he is a huge part of this team. Same goes for Jamal Murray because here's the constant. Nikola Jokic is going to get his. It feels like he is the most consistent player in the NBA. It's just, I think it more hinges on what we see from guys like Jamal Murray, from Aaron Gordon, if Michael Porter Jr. is going to show up. So I think that goes in the favor of the Nuggets, but I just feel like I keep getting washed in different directions. So there's not going to be a bet from me here. Maybe I would lean towards Aaron Gordon continuing to have some big games here. 17.5 is his player prop number. It's hard to tell from last game because obviously that was a blowout. He only played 27 minutes, but scored 22 in the first game. So I think that's the only lean I would have, just strictly from an interest standpoint and like just for fun and giggles. Yeah. Who do you think wins this game? Like
fun
not a bet.
Giggles.
Well, I was going to say something else, but then I couldn't say it.
I know you can't say that. I think the Thunder are going to win. I just don't know. The thing about the Nuggets is that the Nuggets are a different team than we saw just a month ago. I think that's yes. The one variance here. Once they fired Mike Malone and they tinkered with their lineup a little bit, and Nikola Jokic has become more animated and more demonstrative in what he's demanding from his team. So, look, the Nuggets are still a very good team. They might not be as exciting or dynamic as the Thunder, but this is still a championship squad, and they know it. Like, they know that their sort of window is closing based on contracts that are going to expire at the end of the year. But they have made some small tweaks that have made them really effective. So if you're looking at the Nuggets from early in the season, it's easy to say, oh, this is all Thunder. But that's what gives me pause, is that the Nuggets, despite Game 2, have shown they can compete with Oklahoma City. Now they're back at home, and again, they know how to win a title. So I'm not quite so sure that maybe the market has adjusted, but I'm not sure, at least from a fan perspective, that we understand completely that the Nuggets are a different and better team and have been over the past 2 or 3 weeks.
Right, and especially because we haven't seen Jamal Murray fully healthy for like most of the season. Right. And we've got to understand he is an excellent number 2 to Nikola Jokic, who brings it every single night. I will say the majority of the bets are on the over. You look at the numbers over at BetMGM, 68% of the bets are hitting the over 232.5. I feel like that kind of makes sense because, like, who's stopping Nikola Jokic? Nobody. And it feels like this Thunder offense just continues to roll, like one of the highest scoring teams in the NBA. Jenks, would you consider the over?
Yeah, I think you have to. I don't want to play an under in this game. Although, again, money's on the other side. But when I see the Thunder, if the Thunder get going, then they can run it up as we saw. But then again, it depends on how you think the game is going to go. Because if you think the Nuggets can keep it close, they're going to want to slow things down and play more of a half-court set as opposed to the Thunder. So it really depends on it depends on what side you're on as to how you're going to bet the total.
Yeah, too long didn't read. We don't have a bet in that game.
Right, correct.
Maybe we'll have some bets in baseball. We'll give you our card after the break here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. We're off and running on this Friday edition of the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. All right, so we're going to get to our favorite baseball plays of the day here in a few minutes because that's what we've been betting on. I feel like the tides have turned because for a while there, it was like a blue moon and our NBA bets were absolutely cashing. Now it feels like things have reverted back to, okay, some of these playoffs have been a little unpredictable. Because here's the thing, like this is why we love sports and we want things to be unpredictable. But like if you're betting on things, no, you want things to be predictable. And I feel like in baseball lately, knock on wood, some of these favorites have been coming through. So we hope that continues to be the case. So Jenks, I just went down to get some more coffee during the break. And here is the one food that I feel like I can never turn down. Every time I see it at a store, every time I see it on the counter, I got to have one. It's muffins. I love muffins. And I know we just did a breakfast day draft or a breakfast foods draft. I don't know why I didn't choose muffins. Yeah. But like it's so easy to just grab one, like mini muffins especially. I love mini muffins. Like so many people have told me, they're like, Chelsea, do you know how many chemicals are in mini muffins? I don't care. Whatever those chemicals are, they are delicious. So let me ask you this. Is there a food that when you see it at the grocery store, at a buffet, at somebody's house, that you can't turn it down?
Ooh, is there a food? I mean, I'm pretty voracious. I don't eat a ton, but when I do, like I just like go to town. I'm trying to think of something. I don't know.
Do you like muffins?
I like muffins.
Are you a big muffins guy?
Yeah, well, I am. I just don't eat them. You know how sometimes you like a food a lot, you just don't consume it on a regular basis? Like, I love muffins. Especially those mini muffins are delicious. So, I mean, you're not going to talk me off of a muffin because of chemicals. I like the McRib, for God's sake.
Because of chemicals.
Oh, yeah, I'll eat a McRib, but not those muffins. No. Like, come on. There's yoga mat, I believe, in McRib. That's how you get your exercise. You just ingest and like, that's my workout for the day. Got a little yoga inside of me. But yeah, I like muffins. I'm just not exposed to them on a regular basis, which I could be. I guess I should order them from the grocery store. Should put that in the cart.
Well, they're not a health food. Like I'm not pushing you towards mini muffins.
No, I
so
love mini muffins.
You need a balanced diet of mini muffins. I'm like this with donuts. Like I love donuts, but it's just not something that I get on a daily basis. Do you get what I'm saying?
For sure.
I feel like this is something that was big when I used to work somewhere in person. Like when I worked at the news station, somebody would get us donuts like every Friday, and it was awesome. And here's the other thing. If it's free food, I am not going to turn it down. Like if something's in the break room, I don't care if somebody has picked at it. If somebody has cut like a little slice, I don't care. I'm going to go to town. Like you said, I'm voracious when it comes to donuts.
Oh, donuts are amazing. Now, didn't you say yesterday donuts weren't a breakfast food? They're absolutely a breakfast food. They have to be. I mean, I'll eat donuts anytime. I'll eat anything anytime. There's not anything that if I like something, I really don't care what time of day it is. I'm like, oh, this is delicious. Why am I going to be hamstrung by what time of day it is? Of course I'll eat it. But yeah, donuts are always a good choice. You can never go wrong with donuts. Also a classic.
I don't think that they're a breakfast food in that, like, you shouldn't be looked at like you're crazy if you have a donut afternoon, right? Like, if you get eggs afternoon, it is a little wild. I don't know who decided this, but, like, if you order eggs at a restaurant and it's not breakfast, don't you look crazy if it's not a Cracker Barrel? Like, it's a breakfast food.
Yeah, well, maybe. But I would say, you get to a certain point, like, if you want something, you just eat it, Whatever the servers think, whatever the people think, whatever. If you like it, whatever time of day, enjoy it. Like, eating a good meal or eating something you enjoy is one of life's simple pleasures. So why not enjoy it whenever you can? Seriously. Like, you ever sat down and you're like, I'm really hungry and this sounds delicious to me and I don't care that it's 3 p.m. in the afternoon. I'm going to enjoy my Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity right now. And if you don't like it, tough. Yeah.
I don't think we have a lot of discipline on the show, though. Like, I feel like our life advice today has been, hey, no matter what chemicals are in it, just go ahead and eat it. Oh, it's a breakfast food? Who cares what time of day it is? But listen, this is a conversation that we need to have with the people who work at Dunkin' Donuts. Because listen, sometimes your girl wants a donut with me and my daughter, and we go, and say it's like 12:30 p.m. They look at me like I'm crazy. We don't have any donuts left. You're Dunkin' Donuts. You can't make any more. We ran out.
They ran out of donuts? Oh, my God.
They do this all the time, Jenks. They don't make more. Like, they have, like, the morning rush, and then they're just done for the day. And so this, adds to the reason why I don't get donuts that much. They never have any.
Well, that's why they've shortened their name to Dunkin'. Didn't they do that a few years ago? So they're just like, they're more than just donuts. It's coffee, and it's different breakfast foods. And, of course, it's donuts. So I think that rebrand was part of it. But you're right. If you go into a Dunkin' around noon or 1, it's slim pickings. They're not going to remake the donuts.
Yeah, and they look at you like you're crazy. You're like, you're the crazy one for suggesting that we would have donuts. It's in your name. You can't get me a donut? No. And then they go back to texting. Like, if you talk about, like, some of the worst customer service, the Dunkin' Donuts in Hendersonville, Tennessee has no motivation. My goodness.
Well,
it is
there goes
terrible.
our Dunkin' sponsorship right there. Out the window.
Maybe,
Krispy Kreme it is.
Maybe it's a regional thing. Because, like, people in the Northeast love Dunkin' Donuts. And maybe it's because Dylan's not here to right the ship because he's on paternity leave. But it's just one of those franchises that are just not good in Tennessee. So step it up, Dunkin'. At least make some donuts, for the love of God. All right, so let's switch our aggression to some of these baseball games. All right, so it's a Friday, so that usually means we have a ton of baseball games to choose from. So, Jenks, we were laughing about this the other day. Like, sometimes a good strategy in playing baseball is just choosing a pitcher that's very fade-worthy and saying, hey, I'm going to take the other side. So Patrick Corbin has been the butt of many gamblers' jokes for a while. Some people have even dubbed his starting day Fade Patrick Corbin Day, but it's not really been the case this year. He's 2-1. He has a 3.28 ERA. He's pitching for the Rangers, but he is going against Tariq Skubal. So this price is steep for the Tigers, minus 275. And listen, I think if you play this one, it's not because you think Patrick Corbin is an auto fade. I think it's simply because the Tigers have the best run differential in baseball, and this is their ace. So you could argue, the Tigers on the run line here because the Rangers' offense is not that great. Or I suppose you could say, hey, if you bank on both these pitchers being good, maybe a first 5 under. But this total is really low. 7.5 is the full game total.
Yeah, it's a little too juicy. I kind of like the Tigers on the first 5 run line, but it's minus 154. It's palatable, but it's kind of Here's the thing about Patrick Corbin. I'm actually happy for him because, look, he got paid, okay, but he got a lot of derision during the latter stages of his career with the Nationals when he was just eating innings and getting crushed. But, I mean, he was a part of the World Series team. That's why he got paid. And, yes, he's 2-1, 3.28 ERA. But this Tigers team rakes off of lefties. You mentioned the run differential. They're also 5th in the majors in OPS and slugging against left-handed pitchers. Then conversely, you have the Rangers not nearly as good. Tigers are also the 3rd best team in the first 5 in all of Major League Baseball. You mentioned Skubal on the mound, so it might be 1-0, but after 5 innings, that's still good enough to get the dub. So I would lean Tigers first 5 run line, but it's probably too pricey.
Yeah, it's like Dunkin' Donuts at like 11 a.m. It's like all you get is like the old fashioned that's like stale and they made it at 6 a.m. But yeah, I feel like if there is a play in that game, it is the Tigers in some way, shape, form, or fashion. All right, free roll for you, Jenks. Where do you want to go next in MLB?
You know what I want to do? I want to take it down to the sports basement. Double D.
Sports basement.
Sports basement. Dude, oh my God, we can't do this without the music. It's not going to have any sort of effect at all. All right.
Here we go.
It's the sports basement.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now!
All right. We're having some technical problems this morning. No big deal. No big deal. Hey, great to be with you live from Mom's Basement. And that reminds me, this weekend is Mother's Day, and we have a sweet deal for all of our listeners out there. Just mention the phrase Sports Basement at Mitchell's Downtown Muffler and Lube, and any mom that stops by on Sunday gets $1.25 off her final bill. Except for Becky. She got her lube job from Todd last week. Oh, you didn't think I'd say it. You didn't think I'd say it, Todd. Yeah, I got you, buddy. All right, don't at me. Everyone here loves and respects Becky and her personal decisions. Look, we got the Yankees tonight taking on the A's out in Sacramento. And, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but a lot of runs out there in Sacktown. That's what I call it, Sacktown. Maybe it's been said before, maybe it hasn't. But let's just go with the over out in Sacktown.
Oh, God. Has the Sports Basement been hanging out with the Donkster?
Sounds like
lube
it.
job?
Well,
My goodness. I just ate breakfast.
Because these are kids, all right? These are kids, that's why. These are kids, and they're just trying to find their way in the sports radio and podcasting world. Also, he got his buddy Todd. Becky's always a part of the Sports Basement in some way, shape, or form.
Poor Becky. For that $1.25 off their whatever their service is. What a snag. What a deal. It's always funny to me when you find like a coupon and it's like 10 cents off your next gallon of milk. Wow, 10 cents. Really generous. I bet it costs more than 10 cents to even print this coupon. So no, I'll not be heading down to the auto parts for my $1.25 off. So was there a play in there? I wasn't even paying attention because I was
awesome.
confused by the lube joke. So do you like the over in this game? Like, I know we were just joking about it, but it's 10.5 because obviously I saw this matchup between two top 10 offenses. The A's, surprisingly so, sitting in the top 10 of most offensive splits. And of course, the Yankees. We know they rake. But this is a total of 10.5 now. Jenks, do you still go to the over? I didn't listen to your handicap. I'm sorry.
You could lube it down to 10 and go with the over instead of 10.5 if you wanted to. Grease her down to 10, hit the over if you want. Lube her down. I mean, you got Will Warren has not been good. ERA of 5.65. Osvaldo Bido, ERA of 4.71. I know it's very simple just to say, ooh, look at these ERAs. But if you're talking about two pitchers that have been very middling and two offenses, particularly the Yankees, I mean, this is not the Athletics team from a couple years ago. They can swing the bat. So with the number of runs we've seen at that park, I mean, it's definitely a hitter's park in a big way. So, yeah, I would still go over here. And the Sports Basement likes it as well.
I'm just hoping we don't use the word lube anymore on this show today. I think we've hit our quota. But, yeah, over 10 for minus 130, I think that's playable. Because I feel like all the factors line up. You have two good hitting lineups and two mid pitchers. Yeah, over 10's the play, especially because this one is at Sutter Health Home Park or whatever the name is. Sutter Home, I think, is the wine. Sutter Health, I think, is the name of. There we go. All right. So next up, how about let's go to this one? So Marlins and White Sox. The White Sox, I feel like you can make a good case to fade them any day of the week, but the Marlins are minus 150. I think Max Meyer is a player or a pitcher that we have backed before on the show.
Yes.
Are you willing to back him again against one of the worst offenses in all of baseball?
That's what I think. Max Meyer's a guy we trusted early in the season, and now he's really struggled last couple times out. He's given up 5 runs in each of his last 2 outings, but those games were against the A's and the Mariners. And we were talking about the A's bats. The Mariners can really hit, which is wild to think about, but they are a great hitting club. The White Sox are battling the Rockies for some of the worst metrics in baseball when it comes to their production. And then conversely, they're starting Bryce Wilson. I mean, Bryce Wilson is essentially a converted reliever. He's not going to go long in this game. So the White Sox got to win an extra innings in his last appearance, but for the most part, he'll go a couple innings and then turn it over to that White Sox bullpen, which is not good. The Marlins bullpen is also pretty bad. So I think you go Marlins first 5 on the money line. It's also around 150 again. A little juicy there. Not my favorite play, but anytime you can fade the White Sox, you're not doing a bad job.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go because I think it's a good buy low spot on Max Meyer. I was looking for his earned runs prop. I can't find anything over at MGM right now. But you look at those offenses, and you said it. Those are two of the better offenses in baseball, surprisingly so. Like, I keep seeing the Mariners at the top of the splits leaderboard, and I'm like, what?
It's crazy.
The Mariners? But you're right. But if you look at Max Meyer, he is somebody who has an extremely high upside. He struck out 14 against the Reds in 6 innings of work and didn't allow a single run. So there is high-end potential there for Max Meyer. So maybe if we get some props on him later in the show, maybe it's worth taking a look at an under on his earned runs, or maybe you take a look at his strikeout prop, or you just go Marlins in the first 5. I think either way, that's a pretty solid one to look at. All right, coming up next here on the show, we switch gears from baseball to basketball. It's report card time. Time to grade the superstars in the postseason thus far. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. We're off. We're running. It's a Friday. It is May 9th here on the Daily Tip. All right. So in a few minutes, we'll be handing out report cards for the superstars across the NBA. Because listen, this is the time when you prove your worth. And some of these guys make a ton of money. Now it's time for them to, show out and be the guy late in the game. Hasn't been the case with some of these superstars. We've seen it from Jason Tatum. So what we're going to do is we're going to give them letter grades. And maybe we'll rank them by saying, hey, this is the head of the class. This is the valedictorian. And this is the player who maybe doesn't get to walk on stage. Say, listen, you're going to have to take summer school, buddy. I'm sorry. Jigs, let me ask you, was there ever a subject in school that really stumped you? Or even like an extracurricular? Like maybe that's not the name for it, but, like art or theater or gym or something that it just wasn't your strong point. Because let me take a wild guess. I feel like you were a really good student, but like, hey, within all of those years, maybe there was something you struggled at. Yeah. What was it?
The only thing I struggled at, I definitely was, nerd. I was straight A student in high school, but I did make one, was it a B or a C in senior English? But our senior English teacher was notorious. Like, he just didn't give out A's. Like, he was the hardest, he was the most difficult but most rewarding teacher I've ever had. And he had this reputation for this. I'm not going to say he was smarter than everyone, but he was harder on students than anyone else. But you learned from him. And so he was very old school, and we actually became really good friends. Like, after I graduated, we went back, had beers with him, went over his house one time, watched some basketball. He was an incredible human. When he passed away a few years ago, I flew all the way back to Texas and then drove 2.5, 3 hours to West Texas just to be a part of his funeral, just because he had such an impact on people. And I just say that because he was tough on everyone. Like, if you got a B in Mr. Edwards' class, it was like, you got a B? Because nobody got an A. So I think I got a B, maybe a C with him, but it's just because his standard was so high and he wanted to make sure everyone made that standard. So I struggled with that. But then again, everyone struggled with that. Like, my favorite story about him, very quickly, is he was a huge, I'm sure I've told this story, he was a huge North Carolina basketball fan. Huge. And I like North Carolina. A buddy of mine loved NC State, my friend Hoth. A buddy of mine loved Duke, so we were always talking ACC basketball. And so I got in trouble one day for talking too much in class. Of course I did. He was like, Jenkins, 1,500 words on my desk tomorrow about shutting up during class. And I was like, yes, sir. Like, he used to make people stand up. This girl had to stand up, Renee. Mitchell, 1,000 words tomorrow on why you're an idiot. Stand up and apologize to the class for being a moron. And she'd be like, I'm sorry for being a moron. Like, I swear to God. So anyway, I've got 1,500 words to write on talking during class. And so I decided, no. I'm going to write a whole paper on North Carolina basketball and just give it to him and see what he does. So I give it to him. I put it on his desk and I sit down. And this is a real risk I'm taking. And he's reading it like before class. I see him flipping through the pages. And he looks up, he goes, Jenkins, excellent work. And I was like, awesome. He knew I knew better, so he knew what I was doing. I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I was just like, we both know I know better. I know I was talking, so I'm going to do something here that I know you'll like. So anyway, he was awesome, but I got to see, I think, one semester in that class.
That's a great example of, like, you don't play the assignment, you play the person, right?
Yes.
Isn't that like what you do in poker? So you played the man. I don't know why I kept imagining like Greg Popovich as your teacher there, but it feels like very in line with like what his sense of humor would be.
Yes.
Like, I don't know if that's a good, and I think maybe it's because we've been talking about Coach Pop a lot. But I know that there are people who say like, the public school system is failing and stuff. I had a lot of great teachers. Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like I remember like a lot of teachers that really shaped the way I think today. So I know that, Tennessee public schools are not high on the list in America, but there are still some good teachers out there. Yeah. At least when I was in high school. And I will say this to all the teachers that told us that we talk too much. Look at us now, suckers. We get paid to talk for a living. Suck on that. So I thought that, that's a great way to look at it. All right. So speaking of school and speaking of grades, let's hand out our report cards for the NBA superstars thus far in the postseason. So I feel like there's some really easy ones here, to say, hey, top of the class has to be Jalen Brunson, I would say. Somebody who not only puts up the big numbers, but delivers in the clutch. Because let's start by asking, what are the criteria for judging a superstar in the postseason? Is it points? Is it, assists? Is it rebounds? Is it somebody you can count on the clutch? Jenks, what goes into the grading scale for you?
What goes into the grading scale or scale, I should say? Not much. I mean, this is a guy that actually sniffed smelling salts earlier, okay? And just a couple marbles rolling around over here. I think more than anything, it's the eye test or how you're performing in the clutch in big moments. I think that's the thing for me. So when it's playoff time, what do you think about? The guys who step up when your team needs it most. Jason Tatum, Jalen Brunson. So some guys are there and they absorb and perform in the moment, and some guys kind of wilt in the moment. So I know it's sort of a simple scale, but that's kind of how I looked at it.
Yeah, so what's the letter grade that we give Jason Tatum? Because I'm trying not to react too emotionally to 2 games in the postseason, because remember, the Celtics did play the Magic. People forget about that.
True.
And the postseason is not over. So maybe we should call these progress reports. But so far in the postseason, Jason Tatum, sorry, brother, I got to do this to you. C- from me. What about you?
I give him a D. Also, can I just... That sounded fun.
God,
I handed my mind out of the gutter today. I give him a D. Good job, Jason Tatum. You know what? Let's switch that to an F. How about that? My favorite... I saw this headline and I just...
Tough.
Tough. Jinx tough. I have to say,
Jinx
Chelsea,
tough.
you will appreciate this because I thought of you. I should have sent this to you yesterday. So I was just reading about Jason Tatum yesterday, and one of the headlines that popped up when I was searching, you ready for this? ESPN's Kendrick Perkins says Jason Tatum doesn't have that dog in him. Okay. It's like, he doesn't have, we've said that on this show. He doesn't have that dog in him. Well, there you go. Kendrick Perkins, K-Perk, always doing his thing. I mean, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't have that dog in him. I'm not sure Jason Tatum has that dog in him. But I will say this, that in a moment like, I don't care about a missed shot, as I was saying yesterday. What I care about is not recognizing that you don't have a shot to take. And that is where basketball IQ comes in, and that is where understanding the game comes in. Because even the greats know. And look, a tough shot is a tough shot, but a bad shot that was a bad shot. And you can tell when someone is forcing it. I feel like Jason Tatum knows that part of the narrative surrounding him is, while he's an incredible player, now he has a title, that he's not necessarily a great player in the clutch. And it's almost like, I'm going to prove to you, especially after this bad shooting game, how good I am in the clutch with the game on the line in this game too. And when you force it like that, then, you end up putting yourself in a terrible position and putting your team in a terrible position. And by the way, he didn't even get the shot off before it was swatted away. So I feel like you have to have the sort of check your ego and have the wherewithal to say, I don't have this shot. Let me find one of my teammates because I have a world championship team around me.
I agree with you, but I'll also go in the other direction a little bit because can you imagine Kobe Bryant saying, check your ego? No, Kobe's going to take that shot, but here's the difference. He's got that Mamba mentality, and you can tell by the look in his eye and, the confidence in which he drives to the basket that, it's him. He's him. He's got that dog in him. Take whatever phrase you want, because that was the most jarring part to me about watching Jason Tatum take that final possession. He just looked lost and rattled, and he just wasn't decisive, because in big moments in anything, in any walk of life, you have to be decisive if you only have 15 seconds left to play. And that was kind of what was missing for Jason Tatum from me. And plus, he was missing wide open threes. So clearly there is something mental going on. I don't know what it is with Jason Tatum, but you got to be better than that, brother, if you want to get a passing grade from us. All right, quickly, let's go through some of these other superstars. So Jalen Brunson has to get an A, right?
Yeah.
Somebody who has delivered from a points perspective. And also, if we're talking about superstars in the postseason, I feel like he's one of the top guys that I would want on my team in the final 30 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the difference is, like, when you're talking about Kobe and Jason Tatum, like, the difference is Kobe will get his shot because he's one of the greatest one-on-one players of all time. Like, he'll find his shot. He might miss, but he's getting that shot off. Jason Tatum doesn't fall into that category. Jalen Brunson is a much better one-on-one player, I think, than Jason Tatum. Like, if you need someone to get a shot off, make or miss, like, Jalen Brunson, like, his crossover or his ability to get open when he needs to is just, it's one of the best. It's absolutely elite. So the way we've seen him just carry this team, and I loved his quote after game 2 where it didn't necessarily go viral, but he was talking about, we do the little things. We focus on the little things, and we talk about this in practice and how those little things come up big in huge moments. So he's absolutely right. That's the right mentality to have, because little things often, especially in basketball or any other sport, make the difference. Those can be the difference between winning and losing. He understands that, and he has just been nails. It's hard not to love a player like that.
Yeah, so what's his grade?
A+. A+. He's been great.
Yeah, agreed. I think some of these guys, like, maybe they get A's, but I don't know if it's an A+. Like Nikola Jokic, how do you give him anything other than an A? Nikola Jokic is the most consistent player in the NBA, like, bar none, right?
Yes, no question. And can I give one special shout out? I got to say this. Mikko Rantanen for the Dallas Stars. I mean, my God. He had a hat trick last Wednesday. 3 goals in 1 period against Winnipeg. And then in Game 7 against the Avs on Saturday, scored 3 goals in the same period, in the third period. First player in NHL history to have multiple 3-goal periods in the same postseason. Like, that is an A+++.
Ooh, A++++, something that's never been given, but it's been given here on the show. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show, and we put together our big plus money parlay for the weekend. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is the Friday morning good time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, jam-packed final hour. We're going to start with our show parlay. I think I foiled us last week. We were so close. So we're going to put our heads together, come up with a plus money play that you can play this weekend if you like. Then in 20 minutes, we'll head to the Diamond and chat with Trisha Whitaker. You know her as the Major League Baseball Friday Night Baseball sideline reporter for Apple TV. Then we wrap things up at 8:40 with the Donkster and our favorite plays as well. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium, streaming in our final hour. You can check us out on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Before we get to the show parlay, I can't wait to see how much plus money we're in for this weekend. I'm getting excited about this. I read a story yesterday that just blew my mind, and I just wanted to ask you about it. And it's local, at least here in D.C. There is a doctor. His name is Mohammed Labib, and he works at the University of Maryland Medical Center in Baltimore. And so for the first time ever, there was a 19-year-old woman in this area who had numerous tumors in her brain, right? And they wanted to remove the final one, which was on the base of her neck, on her spine, and they couldn't figure out how to get to it in the best way. So for the first time ever, they went through her eye socket to remove this tumor from her spine. It was crazy, and it was successful. They did it. I know it sounds kind of gross, I understand, but I was so fascinated medically. This has never been done before. It was successful, and they pulled it off, and I just think that's, as someone who has had major surgery before, like a long time ago, when you talk about modern medicine and things that are being tried for the first time, I was just blown away by the research and the guts by both the patient and the doctor to give this a try, and it worked.
Well, and the skill level, like
Yes.
as sports fans, I feel like we can appreciate a high level of skill. Like, I wonder if this doctor is regarded as like the Steph Curry of surgeries, right? Like, as somebody who is really skilled. So I don't know what, like, I know some of these surgeries are robotic. Like, I don't think that's probably the case here, but there has to be some level of like a steady hand and being extremely precise in making these like incisions and stuff, to where like these have to be like some of the steadiest hands in the country.
Oh my God, absolutely. And it was talking about how he practiced again and again and again and again and again and again, because he knew, look, this could absolutely go wrong. It's never been done before. And he saved this woman's life. And I think I'm always blown away by people who are masters at what they do. Whether it's medicine, whether it's sports betting, whether it's sports in general, whether it's, it could be science, people who sort of master their craft, and sort of the process that goes into that mastery, I think, is something you can always learn from and be inspired by. So I thought the fact that he was willing to take this chance based on a lot of preparation and a lot of study, I know it's not necessarily sports related, but I think you can always take something away from stuff like that because it's truly groundbreaking.
Well, and we talk about in sports all the time, like, how do you perform when the pressure is on?
Yeah.
Like, some of this is very much small potatoes to somebody's life. We're like, it's game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals in the NBA. The pressure is white hot. No, this is somebody's life on the line.
Yes, exactly. So maybe a little more. I'll tell you what, the pressure to hit these bets every day, it's like, oh, is that a lot of pressure? I'm removing a tumor through someone's eye, and it's going to take 14 hours, and maybe she dies. But okay, yeah, I'm sorry you had a hard time with Brewers Rays today, big guy. So, yes.
Brewers Rays.
But congratulations. It's just a great story all around. So I love that kind of stuff. I also love, you know me, true crime, medical success, and big parlays. So let's try to make ourselves some plus money this weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, adults of all ages, it's time for the show parlay.
All right. This is when we all chime in, try to make you some plus money. You know what, Chelsea? I'm going to let you start the show. Who wants to hear more medical stories? No one. So let's start with you. Give us a play here.
All right, so leading off the show parlay, we're going to go with baseball. The pressure is white hot for the A's. The Yankees. All right, so the play that I like in this game is I'm going to go the starting pitcher for the A's today, Osvaldo Bido, over 4.5 hits allowed. It's minus 130. And listen, the total in this game is 10.5. The odds makers are expecting runs, and we know where the A's play in Sacramento, very much an over park, and the Yankees, it's not a tough sell, have the best OPS in all of baseball. If you look at the numbers for hits, Bido has gone over this number in 5 of 7 starts this year, and that includes the White Sox twice, the Colorado Rockies. So if you're saying to me that, you know, the Yankees aren't going to hit off him, I would say otherwise, because this is one of the best hitting teams in all of baseball. Plus, yesterday the A's had to use 6 pitchers, so I feel like maybe the leash is a little bit longer for Bido here. I think he probably lasts in this game enough to get us to that 5-hit mark. So let's go over 4.5 hits for minus 130 for Osvaldo Bido of the cityless A's.
Oh, yeah. Good call. All right. We got one in. Now we go to D-Day. Denton Day, our executive producer. Denton, what do you got?
I'm going back to the well. You and I both missed last week, Jenks, because Nikola Jokic did not hit my triple-double. But I'm not going with Nikola Jokic. I'm staying with our Denver Nuggets. They'll be ours as long as they hit this. I'm going Aaron Gordon to score 20-plus points at plus 135. He had a really good game 1. Everybody on that team was off for game number 2. I expect to bounce back.
Okay. Like it. 2 down, 2 to go, and we bring in my big old hunk of roast beef, Double D. Live in Chicago. What do you got, buddy?
I am going to continue my trend of fading the Pirates. I am taking the Braves run line minus 1.5 at plus money, as a matter of fact, plus 115. Really, really, really like that number.
Oh, I like that as well. I mean, you can't go wrong fading the Pirates. They just fired their skipper yesterday. That's how bad they've been. One of the worst run line teams in all of Major League Baseball. Does that mean it's my turn? I got to do this bad boy now? All right. I'm going back to the well. I am fading the Colorado Rockies. Padres run line is minus 125. I mean, what do you want me to say? Come on. That should be my handicap, or anyone's handicap when you're fading the Rockies in the run. Come on. They're terrible. Come on. They got destroyed yesterday. Absolutely destroyed. Now they're hosting the Padres, and they're starting Antonio Senzatella, who has allowed more hits than any other pitcher in Major League Baseball. Padres go with Randy Vasquez. He's had 1 bad outing this season. That was against the Tigers, oddly enough. But he has not allowed more than 3 runs in any other start. San Diego is the second best run line team in all of baseball. The Rockies are the second worst. I feel another blowout coming at Coors Field. Let's go Padres in the run line, minus 125. How we feeling?
Jenks, I mean, all you had to say is that the Rockies have 6 wins. 6 wins this season. That's all you needed to say.
I know, that's true. Rockies have 6 wins. Let's fade them on the run line. That should have been my handicap right there. Saved everyone some time. Okay, is there any play we don't like before we handicap the NBA?
I feel like I can't make a good enough case. Like, if we're talking about sabotage factors, like, I hate to pick on David, because we always pick on David. Who's the starter for the Braves? Bryce Elder? Like, that's the only question mark I have. Just because Bryce Elder's not, like, my favorite starter for the Braves. But listen, the Pirates are so bad that they fired their manager, and I feel like nobody talks about it, because nobody cares about the Pirates.
That's true. Double D? Would you like to respond?
Doubt me all you want. Fade the Pirates all day long.
Just saying Bryce Elder is not Chris Sale. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but neither Skeens or Keller are pitching, so I'm good.
Yeah, who are the Pirates going with today? Some joker from Double-A? I don't know. I didn't even look.
Bailey Falter. He's at least a name that we've
Bailey
heard
Falter's
of.
decent. He's decent. But you don't think, Bailey Falter's decent. But the problem is, will the Pirates score any runs? Probably not. Yeah, that's the real issue. Okay, so odds, a little more than 15 to 1, $5 will pay out $80.45. Let's get a dub. Maybe we can get some dubs in the NBA tonight. Let's start in the East. Cavs and Pacers. Cavs are laying 2.5. The Cavaliers are minus 155. The Pacers plus 125. Your total is down 3. Yesterday, 229 and a hook. Now, 226 and a hook. Chelsea. Must-win game for the Cavaliers, down 2-0 in this series. How are you, or are you, betting this game?
Well, it's difficult when we do not know who's officially playing for the Cavs. Big question marks, of course, on the injury report: Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, and DeAndre Hunter. So I think when you have an incomplete puzzle, it's really difficult to feel very strongly about one side or the other. But this is when the Cavs need to show some resolve. And I will say that this number has moved. Wasn't it 2.5 earlier? Now it's 3.5. Looking over at BetMGM, 62% of the bets are on the Cavs. And I do think this is too good of a team to not show, a little, fight and look a little bit better here. But I don't know. We've been disrespecting the Pacers, it feels like, all season long. They're a team that's very easy to forget about. But I think in this one, I'd rather go with the total here. 78% of the money on the over. I will roll with the public here, because if the Pacers have any say in this, we know they want to run and gun. They're going to run up the pace. They're going to try to score a ton of points. And if that's the case, the Cavs are going to have to hang with them. So we saw a game last week, or not last week. It feels like last week. Last time around, where the Cavs had this terrible scoring stretch where they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. I think it was like a 6-minute scoreless streak. And the over still hit. So the over's hit in both these games so far. I think I will continue that trend. So instead of picking a side, how about a total over 226.5?
I'd be with you on that. It's interesting how this number has moved. Like, it opened at 228.5, then touched 229.5, and now it's gone down to 226.5. I think this has everything to do with the Cavaliers and who may or may not play. But honestly, it doesn't matter to me. Like, whether or not they have their best players, obviously you want better offensive players on the court. But ultimately, the Cavaliers aren't going to change their style of play. They're still going to play back and forth with the Pacers. Indiana is happy to do that. The over is hit in 7 of the last 10 matchups between these two teams. During the regular season, Cleveland was the #1 overall team in basketball. So sometimes you got to go against the money if you like to play, and that's why I like right now, because, again, yesterday this was 229 and a hook. I still would have played the over. I will definitely play it now. I'm with you at 226.5. Out west tonight, with the series tied at 1, we get the Thunder and the Nugs. Thunder laying 5.5. Thunder minus 210 on the money line. The Nuggets are plus 170. Your total 232.5. The spread has gone up a tick. Yesterday it was Thunder minus 4.5. The total has come down a point from 233.5 yesterday. I kind of lean Thunder here, but I'm a little worried that this is going to be a big public play just because of what we saw in Game 2. I don't know how to bet these NBA games right now. That's why I've sort of stuck to baseball. But if I had to bet, I think I would lean Oklahoma City. What do you think, Chelsea?
I think this is a tough one because it's fighting your inner square when it comes to, I think, the Nuggets. Because if you watch Nikola Jokic play and, you say, hey, championship experience matters, wouldn't you think the Nuggets can keep it close with the Thunder, especially when they're playing at home? Because we did see this in the regular season. This regular season matchup, 2 games apiece. And we saw it in the first game where the Nuggets stole a game. So I feel like I am not going to overreact too much to Game 2. I think the Nuggets have a better effort in this one. Plus, it didn't feel like they had to play at full intensity because that game last time around was a blowout against the Thunder. So I feel like I'm leaning towards the Nuggets. But again, it's very easy to discount the Thunder, a team that was the #1 overall team in the Western Conference, but because they're so young, people don't want to give them credit. I think a player props may be the way to go here. If you think that we're going to see a ton of points like this total indicates, 232.5, maybe bank on some of the other players not named Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray, I think, has to have a big game for the Nuggets to compete. And Aaron Gordon, who has been a size mismatch for the Thunder. I think both those guys will be the key pieces. And maybe you play their points props.
Do you think Aaron Gordon has that dog in him?
It depends on what type of dog. Is it a retriever?
Who knows?
Is it a schnauzer?
Yeah. I mean,
it has to
are you
be a
talking
big
like,
dog, right?
You talking about German Shepherd or are you talking about Shih Tzu? I mean, two different. Oh, cute.
Two different dogs.
Two different
But he
types
has
of
been
dogs.
good.
He has been.
He has 2 game winners this postseason.
He's got that dog in him. Yeah, you make a good case for the Nuggets. I don't want to bet this. I want to lean Thunder, but you're right. When you say I'm fighting my inner square, I think you're right. I'm going to stay away from this one. Nuggets still know how to play. Let's not forget about that. Coming up next on the show, what have we seen so far during baseball season? Well, we're going to ask Trisha Whitaker, the MLB Friday Night Baseball sideline reporter for Apple TV. She is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Friday morning good time edition on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Jake, she's Chelsea, Double D. Coming up, nice special guest this morning. Very excited. We'll get some early season baseball insight as we bring in Trisha Whitaker. She is the MLB Friday Night Baseball sideline reporter for Apple TV. So earlier in the show, if you missed it, if you're just now tuning in, and we'll put this online, I was a total moron, which not anything new there. Okay. You're like, oh, really? Stunner. So we've been talking about this. Wow, shock of the day. So we have been talking about smelling salts for the past couple weeks, and Denton got some off of Amazon. So we brought them in. It's a whole bottle. And I like you, Denton, I thought they were going to be little packets, right? No, it's just a bottle of smelling salts, and I actually snipped them. So dumb. So now I look like a total druggie. And so even Denton, I said, just take a whiff of opening this bottle. And Denton, I mean, I don't want to speak for you. I mean, these things are no joke.
It felt like water was shooting up my nose. Like that feeling when you're in a pool and you accidentally take the water up the nose.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. And I did not enjoy that feeling.
That's not good.
It did wake me up, though.
Yeah.
So the reviews don't sound good. Like, I wonder why people do this.
I don't know. But it's your turn.
Does it wake you up?
It does wake
you up. It does wake you up. Yeah.
There are people that are hashtag built different, I guess.
That's right.
Oh, got that
Chelsea.
dog in them.
Got that dog. Hey, couple
the drug
people on this
dog
show.
in them.
Yeah. 2 people on this show have proven this morning we got that dog in us. Chelsea, guess who's next? It's you. It's your turn. Oh, yeah. You got that dog in you?
No,
Yes.
I don't. I don't want it.
No, I don't.
I feel like I probably do need to do it just for the sake of like being a good teammate. So send him my way. I'll try him.
All right. It's like initiation into like a frat or a sorority or something like that. You got to try the smelling salts. Then you're in. You're in on the Daily Tip. So we'll give that a shot. Fortunately for us, we don't need anything to get excited about Trisha Whitaker. She is the MLB Friday Night Baseball sideline reporter for Apple TV. Trisha, first of all, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us and waking up with us. And I'll throw it out there. Have you ever tried smelling salts?
What show am I on? Like, I'm literally sitting here like, why are we talking about smelling salts? I don't even know what those are. So, no, I have never tried those.
Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. This is not a show that people come into for like inherent knowledge. That's why we have people like you on who can educate us about things like Major League Baseball. So let's start with, I guess, one of the early storylines in Major League Baseball, which is Aaron Judge, who has been unbelievable just across the board, batting .400 right now, looks as good as he has ever looked. Like, how sustainable is this? At some point, he has to slow down, right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous to think he can keep this up, but the way that he has started the season has been equally ridiculous, you know? So I would never have thought he would have started the season like this. But, I mean, it's just an example of one of the most elite players to ever step to the plate, right? And I think that we should be really, really thankful that we're getting to witness it. I mean, these numbers are just insane. Now, will he go on a little bit of will he experience a slump? Yes, he will. And you can bet that the Yankees fans are going to overreact to that, right? They're going to freak out about it because Judge has set such a high standard for himself. But what he's doing to start the season is nothing short of remarkable. The other thing about Aaron Judge that I feel like not a lot of people give him enough credit for is generally how good he is with the public. If you think about it, with superstars, a lot of times some of them have, attitudes when dealing with the media. Some of them are not willing to do interviews. They're not willing to do X, Y, and Z. I've covered Judge in the AL East for 6 years and with Apple TV for 4 years, and he's always been very, very willing and accommodating and everything. So on top of him putting up insane numbers, he's also a pretty easy player to deal with. So that's equally as impressive to me.
Right, and to kind of piggyback off of Aaron Judge, who was once switched positions for the sake of his team, I don't know if you've heard the story about Rafi Devers and the Red Sox, but apparently they want him to change positions again, and he is not happy about it. And I understand he's already switched once this season. He's now DHing. What's your take on this whole situation?
I get it. Honestly, I understand why he's upset with that. He was quoted saying he doesn't think for him personally it's the best decision after they asked him to play a different position. He only had 2 months playing this position, and to all of a sudden to have to play another position, it doesn't seem like a great decision to him, and it doesn't seem like a great decision to me. And he said that in spring training they talked to him and basically told him to put his glove away and that he wasn't going to play another position except for to DH, obviously. And that's difficult. In the middle of a season, in the middle of May, to ask a guy to do that, especially a veteran like Devers, it doesn't seem smart to me. And I do understand why he's slightly upset and why he feels like that they were not true to his word. And that can be frustrating, especially for a veteran. And it's not, people shouldn't make too big of a deal out of it. Like, there's nothing wrong in the clubhouse. He talks about that. He's like, there's no trouble with his teammates. He's just pretty upset with the front office. And I can see why. I mean, you got to understand, for those people who don't know a ton about baseball or don't watch baseball on a daily basis, changing positions in baseball is no easy feat. That's why you have spring training when a guy is going to change positions like that. You get reps and over and over again to get used to that position. In the middle of the season, those reps are in the middle of a game that matters. That's tough.
We're talking with Trisha Whitaker. She is the MLB Friday Night Baseball sideline reporter for Apple TV. Follow her on X at Trisha Whitaker. So since we're talking about Yankees and Red Sox, I mean, here we are with a pretty tight race at the top of the AL East. Are you surprised that it's this close?
A little bit, but I'm happy it's this close, right? At the beginning of the season, I was asked who I would take in the AL East or who we shouldn't sleep on really in the entire American League, and my answer was always the Red Sox. That fan base has been pining for success. They have been very disappointed in recent years, and the team that they've put together this year, it's impressive, and it's exciting to watch, and I think it's good for baseball when both the Red Sox and the Yankees are at the top of that division battling it out. Those are two of the most historic franchises in the game and in all of professional sports. And if Boston fails to reach the postseason this year, their drought would be extended to 4 seasons, which is their longest since 1991 to 1994. They've got some good arms. They've got some top prospects making their debut this season. If they can stay healthy, that's really going to be an interesting race in the AL East, and I love it. You want to talk about two fan bases who hate each other? Those are the fan bases. You want to talk about a rivalry that's just historic, and, even if one team's really bad and the other team's really good that year, when that series rolls around on the schedule, I mean, it's a good one. So I love it, and I am not surprised that it's close. I'm surprised it's this close, but I knew it was going to be a battle.
Yeah, and speaking of rivalries, how about the Dodgers and the rest of baseball? It does feel like it's an uphill climb for people to keep up with the payroll of the Dodgers, but looking at the standings of the NL West right now, it's very much a race. And it feels to me like this could be the best division in all of baseball.
I would agree with you 100%. And yeah, you're right. What the Dodgers are doing is just kind of unfair. But then you look at the Padres, who are right behind them, and you look at the Giants, who are right behind them. I mean, that's insane to me that the Dodgers went out and spent that much money. And, not to say that the Padres and the Giants didn't spend money, but they didn't spend money like the Dodgers did. And the fact that the Padres and Giants are only 1 game behind the Dodgers, and then honestly, don't sleep on the Diamondbacks either. I know they're 5 games back, but it's a long season, and that deficit can evaporate real fast. And the Diamondbacks are a fun team, and they've got some good players too. But that NL West, holy crap. The easy games you have are the Rockies. That's it. obviously the Rockies are terrible. They're 6-31. That's awful. That's a disgrace to baseball, to be honest. But this division is historically good right now. And if they keep this up for the rest of the season, I would love to see how these records and how tight this is stacks up historically in each division in the American League and the National League throughout the, last century. I mean, it's insane. And we're witnessing some of the best baseball to ever be played. And I just love it for the game. And I'm so excited to watch this shake out. We have the Padres on Apple TV like 4 times in the first half, and they are such a fun team to cover. You asked me which team I would take right now to win the World Series, and I would take the Padres, partially because I really like that team and partially just because watching them play, they're ridiculous. So I love that you bring up the NL West because I think more people should be paying attention to how tight that race is.
Tricia, let's stay in the National League. And the Braves are an interesting case because they had such a tough schedule to start this season. They've been really banged up, but they're going to get Ronald Acuna Jr. back. They're getting healthier. Do you expect them to eventually make a run in the division?
I do. And I think the panic to start the season was totally warranted. It was so bizarre looking at the schedule and seeing how many games they lost in a row, and it was just like, what in the world? But when you look at the standings right now, they're 18-19, 5.5 games back. They can get it together. They have they have a decent record at home. They're 12-6 at home, 6-13 on the road, so they got to fix that road record. But we have the Braves on Apple TV at the end of May against the Red Sox. And at first, when we looked at that at the beginning of the season, we're like, gosh, that's not going to be a fun matchup because the Braves are so bad. The Braves are getting better, and they'll continue to get better. They have too good of a cast of characters. Just like you said, they're getting some talent back. They're going to get better, and Braves fans are probably going to be in for a treat in the second half, if I had to guess, because there's no way a team with that much talent is going to stay that bad all season long. And I do think that they had an attempt to get back to 500 on this week, and I know it didn't happen. But once they get back to 500 and they get rolling again, they're going to look like the Braves we expected them to look like.
All right, so we have a couple minutes left here. And I think my favorite part of people who are part of baseball broadcasts is that there's time for the game to kind of breathe, and you get to hear these really interesting anecdotes and stories about the players. So let us in on some of these stories. Is there a player or a story that maybe people haven't heard about before? Like, who's the most interesting player that nobody's talking about?
Okay, I love that you asked this question. So that's my favorite part of the Apple broadcast is we give you the game, right? We give you the game, we give you the numbers, everything you need to know. And we don't steer away from that, but we do tell the stories that matter. And let me tell you guys just one of the stories I'm telling tonight that it just gives you kind of like goosebumps. So it's a story that is about Dylan Cruz and a friendship that he struck up with an 11-year-old named Aubrey. I mean, this is insane. You got to listen to this. We see players every week use their platform for good. It's what the game's all about, right? But when he struck up a friendship with this girl, before he struck up that friendship, this girl has a form of autism that leaves her with no functional verbal language or language skills. She spells words to communicate, and her parents, they had talked to so many experts with no promise that their daughter would ever be able to speak. One random day in 2021, she was watching a baseball game, and she looked at the TV during an LSU baseball game where Dylan Cruz played in college, and she blurted out, "Dylan Cruz." She said his name. And her mom and her dad, they just looked at each other like they had seen a ghost because she had never spoken before. Wow. And she did it again. So her mom took a video of it, and she posted it privately on social media in shock because they had never heard their daughter speak before. And as fate would have it, Cruz saw the video, and he invited the family to an LSU game, and they struck up a lifelong friendship that has turned into something that Cruz has continued into the Nationals. And when you hear that story, it just gives you all the feels. I mean, that's just magical. It's something you can't really explain. And now he's had such an impact on Aubrey, and he's had such an impact on that community. And we're going to talk about that story tonight. We're going to tell that story, show some pictures, show the video. Those are the types of things that I love to tell, is taking you off the field and into who these players are. And that story, every time I tell it, it kind of gives me goosebumps.
Well, that is a fantastic story, and we look forward to watching more of your great work tonight. She is the MLB Friday Night Baseball sideline reporter for Apple TV. It is Tricia Whitaker. Tricia, we really appreciate the time. Great story. Thank you so much.
Anytime, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Wow, that's a good way to end that segment. Coming up next on the show, we're not done yet. Oh, yeah, we bring our lunch pails to work every day, and we try to win you some money. At least that's the plan. We're going to do that next and chat with the Dongster. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Friday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and we got Double D working it for us. Thanks for waking up with us. We're live from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. It's a Friday morning feel-good edition, good time edition. Jinx, Chelsea. Chelsea, what are you doing this weekend? I mean, my God.
Ooh.
We're going to be off here in less than 20 minutes. You got the whole world at your service. Your fingertips.
I wish.
Yeah,
God.
I know, right?
Who do you think I am?
I don't know. I'm like, she's got the world right at her fingertips, whatever she wants to do. What's going on today there in Nashville?
Yes. Well, I'm probably going to take a nap today. I don't know about you, but I always feel like very worn down by like Friday afternoon. So I feel like a nap is in store. And also, it's Mother's Day weekend. If you are listening and you have a mom, you need to do something for her. Or if you're married and you have kids, do something for the mother of your children. Just here is your free PSA. Do not do this the day before. Do not go on Sunday morning and try to find something at Walgreens. I'm sure there will be a host of other men there, but maybe do it today.
Yes, do it immediately. I am so glad that I took care of this. I got my mom a Mother's Day gift right after we talked about it, I think on Tuesday. And I was like, Michael, you need to do this now because you have to send whatever you're getting your mother to Texas. So give it some time. But I got online, found a nice gift, and it'll be there, I think, tomorrow. So, that was close. I always forget. I always end up getting something, but sometimes I'm a day late, especially when you're having to send something. So I'm glad I took care of that.
Yeah. Oh, care to spoil the surprise?
Oh, yeah. You know what I got?
Listen?
No, she's not up. Plus, it's early. It's early in Texas. I don't think she listens. She'll listen to like bits and pieces. She watches the Commander stuff because it's more visual and easier for her to find. But I got her some macaroons, some really like super nice, like gift wrapped from this. I don't know much about macaroons, but I know enough to where it's something you don't normally get when you live in Texas, in Granbury, Texas.
Yeah.
So
they're very Parisian.
Yes, exactly. So I got it from sort of a higher end company, and they gift wrapped it and they send it with a nice note and everything. So it's something she doesn't normally get to try, but I know she loves sweets, so I think it'll be a nice surprise.
Yeah, that's nice and bougie, and it should make her feel like a queen, which is the point of Mother's Day. So maybe you didn't want to send her some smelling salts. You're like, you got to get the chores done, Mom.
Mom, you're getting older. Wake up. Come on. You got to keep you going. No, Mom's doing great. She's doing great. But she will appreciate that, I think. I've been nailing. I used to get flowers every year, and I still get flowers from time to time, but I've tried to switch it up a little bit and be a little different in whatever I get her. So I'm hoping this comes home. What about you? I mean, you're a mom. You just need to sit back and be like, all right, bring me all the gifts.
Well, I just want time off. Like, I want like an hour to like do nothing where nobody's shouting at me, where I'm not picking up something. It's like, oh, surprise, there's half a roll of tape on the hardwood floors. Go pick it up or go scrape it off with your fingernails. So I just don't want to feel like Cinderella for a day. That is my goal. But here's the difficult balance. And I think this is a topic of discussion and debate among social media is who is Mother's Day more for? Is it for moms who are actively in the trenches of raising small children? Or do I need to dedicate this day to my mom? Who gets the day?
Why not both? Why do we have to make a decision here? Can't you both celebrate it together? Like, can't there be some sort of coming together like, hey, we're both mothers. Let's celebrate. Why do we have to make a choice? Like, social media loves to make you do this. Like, make a choice. Which one? Fight to the death. Which mom lives? I'm like, why not both enjoy the day together? You love each other, but you're both mothers. You can celebrate that together. Huh?
That was a very diplomatic answer. And I think that you treaded very lightly, and that was very good. Because you could have picked a side there, and you didn't. I think this is how I'm going to celebrate it is I'm going to spend the first half of the day with my mom, and I'm going to do something nice for her. But The second half of my day, I want to relax in silence, because here's the thing. Like, I have to take care of my mom when she comes over. She like always like needs me to get her things. So like, I deserve some time off too. So I think we're going to split the day down the middle.
You absolutely deserve that. So take care of your mom and then get the time you deserve, Chelsea. Like I said, both of you deserve it. Both of you should get it. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. I was going to say something about Joe and Sammy P deserving something. They deserve some winners. How about that? It's just a regular weekend. They're going to get you ready for baseball. You deserve nothing. Nothing. Get you ready for baseball, NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs. No smelling salts, allegedly. Allegedly.
Boring.
I mean, are you up in the morning? Do you want to put on a good show or not? I don't know. I got a whole bottle here we can send you. Boring.
Right.
Also, Chris Meany of NHL.com will join the show at 11 a.m. Time now. Not boring. Our best bets.
Time to place your bets.
The old slot machine spitting out the coins. Chelsea, give us a winner, please.
Yes. The game and the pitcher who all eyes will be on tonight is Osvaldo Bido of the A's tonight. All right, so I'm going to do his hits prop, and I'm going to take the over. So he is a pitcher. I'm going to go over 4.5 hits allowed for Osvaldo Bido of the A's today for -130. So number one, they're facing the Yankees, best OPS in baseball. Number two, this game is in Sacramento, which is in Overs Park. The total of this game is 10.5. So odds makers are expecting a lot of run production in this one. And plus, you look at the numbers for Bido, and he's had some good numbers when it comes to his earned runs. But when it comes to hits, he's gone over this number in 5 of 7 starts this year. And 2 of those came against the White Sox. And 1 of those came against the damn Rockies, who are the worst team in all of baseball. So I would think, logically speaking, that the Yankees could get to this number as well. And plus, I think Bido lasts in this game maybe a little longer than he should, because the A's used 6 pitchers yesterday. I think the leash will be a little bit longer. So I think the Yankees can get to 5 hits with Bido in the game. Let's go over 4.5 hits allowed by Osvaldo Bido for -130.
Let's go. I am going to Seattle. Mariners on the money line. It's -136 hosting the Blue Jays. I think this is an even bigger mismatch than this number suggests. The Mariners are actually a hitting club this season. Hard to believe. Top 10 in baseball in slugging and OPS on the mound. Luis Castillo going for the M's. 2-1 at home this season. ERA 1.57. And ask yourself the question, do you really trust this Blue Jays lineup? I do not. While Toronto has a winning record at home, only 6-12 on the road this year. They've lost 4 of their last 5. Seattle will have to face Kevin Gausman, but they have far and away the better lineup. Mariners on the money line at home, -136.
I like that. I keep being surprised by the Mariners. Like, every time I look at the statistical numbers, I'm like, what? The Mariners are one of the best offenses, but they are. So you're right. All right, so how about a squad play to close things out? Padres on the run line against the Rockies. The Rockies are the worst team in baseball. They have 6 wins this year. What else do I need to say?
That's it. Done. There's your handicap. I'm with you on that. Gonna be a squad play. Come on. The Rockies stink. That's all you need to know, like Chelsea was saying. Okay. Coming up on Bet Sweats, we will talk to, I believe it's Joe O today. Yeah, Joe's coming up here shortly. But before that, we have to talk to the Dunkster. Dunkster, you're ready to go. You're excited. It's a Friday. What's going on?
Yes, good morning to everyone live across the country here on the Daily Tip.
Okay. Nice hosting duties there. What's going on?
I'm trying to debate which text I should send to a lady friend this morning, and I want everyone to vote on which one is best.
Oh. Okay.
Number 1, good morning from the Washington Monument.
Okay. It's like maybe.
Number 2, I got up early in my barn and was masticating.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. You would
Towing
know
the line
means.
there. Hoving the line there.
Very close, Dunkster. All right. Let's hear the last one.
Number 3, I bet you could go for a pulled pork sandwich.
What does that even mean? Yeah, okay. All right. I would probably go with that one. of the three, I feel like that's the one that will be the least offensive. So go with that, Dongster. Do you have a play for us?
I do. Ron Guidry and the Yankees. Money line against the A's.
Okay. Well, a little old there, but all right, Yankees money line, minus 150. I mean, you're going to take the Yankees on the money line, Chelsea? You get the Yankees at minus 150? Come on,
I thought
add
you
it
were
to the
going
card.
to ask me if I wanted a pulled pork sandwich, which the answer would always be yes. I don't know about the Yankees. I was thinking about those barbecue sandwiches.
Oh, that sounds good. I'm starving. You know what we did last? I'm so excited. You know what I'm having for breakfast? Chinese food. Because, yeah, I know. We went out last night, me and the lovely cat. Well, I met my friend Justin, and then we had early happy hour. We were there at like 4:15. And then Catherine was like, "You're going to be there in an hour?" We're like, "Of course." So then Catherine came and joined us, so we all kind of hung out. And then we got home, we ordered Chinese food, and I was going to eat, but I was like, you know what? I think I'm good. I'm going to wait till tomorrow morning, so I'm going to go home and eat Chinese food this morning. Like I said, if I like it, I'll eat it any time of day.
Jenks, who's Justin? I've never even heard him on the current roster of Michael Jenkins' friends. You have a big roster, and I feel like I know all the names. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one.
Justin and Peggy. Justin is he's a good buddy of mine, but Justin was my real estate agent a decade ago when he sold me my house. And so Justin and I totally hit it off. Super guy. His wife, Peggy, is an absolute sweetheart. They've been married for almost 20 years. They live not far from us. And so we get together for drinks every few weeks, but I hadn't seen him in a while. Yeah, that's who Justin is.
You have so many friends. Like, you're friends with your realtor, you're friends with your lawyer, you're friends with your dentist. Like, what's next? Your plumber?
Maybe so. I'm looking for all the discounts I can get. No, I'm not getting any. The dentist, we'll see if that goes. You know, it was fine. It was just fine, like we talked about.
Oh,
but
no.
It was a good get together yesterday.
Doesn't sound good.
It was good. It was just fine. You know.
Molar
no
talk.
today. What's that?
Was he just talking about molars the whole time?
Molars, bicuspids. I'm like, enough. Okay. And that's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, Max Sheedy, David Double D Dykstra, and Dylan Mitchell, and his new baby girl, Stephanie Ann. Congratulations, buddy. I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a fantastic weekend.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, "Ring that bell!" He said, "Ring that bell!" Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Warriors will surrender as the Wolves go up 21, and they're going to even up this best-of-7 series at one apiece.
NBA playoffs start to get boring, maybe a little bit after the last couple of nights. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Friday. We'll check in with Chris Meany, 11 a.m. Eastern time, to talk about what's happening in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Certainly more eventful on the ice as opposed to the hardwood last night. How you feeling, Sam?
Bad night for the Mitten. Hand up.
Oh, yeah.
No points. No points.
I didn't even check.
Tough.
Yeah.
I checked and kept checking first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. He barely played, which that was my handicap. I mean, look, it's not a good call, not a good pick. When he played almost 30 minutes in game one after Curry went out, you thought, okay, he's going to play close to that or more. Played 11 minutes. Took one shot from three and two shots from the floor. I did not see that coming. But, hey, Golden State, look, I thought they were going to wave the white flag a lot earlier. They battled, had a chance to get inside that number, which we didn't really talk about betting Golden State. It was a really tough handicap given the fact that they already took the first game. They lose by 14. It could have been a lot worse, but either way, the Wolves covered, and the Wolves evened it up 1-1.
It's more than that, right? Yeah, 24. They lost.
Oh, 24.
Missed missed the one.
I typed 103, not 93. Okay. My bad. It's one of
Yeah.
those nights for me, man. Just like everything
Yeah.
was off. The hockey was off. It's a really bad night for me, like picking games and apparently taking notes.
If Steph doesn't come back, they're screwed. Like it's over.
Yeah.
It's the offense was pathetic. It was. So we spent much, and I think a lot of bettors did. People looking at prop angles. Okay, so where's it going to go? It went nowhere, right? Like there was nowhere to really point to. You could bring up Kuminga and say that he got a lot of run. He scored 18 points, super efficient, 8 of 11 from the field, got 26 minutes in the game, not something that he's seen. 15 points in the first quarter. It felt done then. Minnesota won every quarter of this game. Golden State, 20 turnovers. Minnesota made 7 more threes, almost at your 24-point margin there alone, getting to 21 points. You look at the offense with Butler, yes, it was better. And when Butler was off the court, it was straight up pathetic. I don't know, man. I was wrong on my prop guy as well. Jemski, he went just under, I believe it was 11, and the number was 12.5. We talked about Hield. I think his number was just under. And you have this idiot Draymond Green, and he thinks everybody's out to get him. He's making quotes after the game. Oh, everybody's pitting me as the angry black man. No, dude, you're an idiot, and you got your 5th technical foul. We're going to get to 7, and then he's going to get suspended if there's any length to this series. The way he's been comporting himself on the court. I mean, Kerr and Curry have to go up to him like, dude, stop, calm down, take a seat. What are we doing? And he acts like it's everybody else against him. We try not to overreact to any one result. We liked Minnesota last night. I took them first half. But, without Curry, I mean, it's going to be good that they're going home. But without Curry, that offense was rough. And there are always people that make that case first game without a star player that maybe this is a spot where they come together. That wasn't happening last night.
They came unglued for sure. And the other 2 players that were pretty popular in the prop market, Jimmy Butler, he didn't even crack 20. Nope. 17 for Butler, and then Ant had 20. That prop was in the mid-20s, and you didn't need Ant in the fourth quarter, so that was sort of what Nick Friedel was alluding to. If it's a blowout, you might see these star guys not get enough run to get over their numbers. So just a weird game. I don't think it was a good game either. I didn't really watch much of it. I was watching the hockey, which was pretty good. I know we'll get to that in a second. The Draymond stuff to me is just annoying. He's such a bad loser. He's a bad loser. When they lose, when they're in the midst of losing, he just turns into this guy, like this persona. And it's not about race. Who's making it about race? I hate when that happens.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Are people like calling him bad words on the court that we're not aware of? I don't understand. For him to come out and say, I'm not an angry black man, the agenda is ridiculous. He doesn't help the agenda. And I did have to chuckle. Anthony Slater was the one that got that clip and put it up online. Mm-hmm. Somebody replied to the clip of Draymond talking all this nonsense, and somebody compiled a clip of him being an angry black man. like him clubbing guys in the head and kicking guys in the nuts. It was very funny. It was very well done. But he always does this weird stuff when they lose. He's the definition of a sore loser. That's what he is in my eyes. I'm not going to take it to a level it doesn't have to go to. He's a bad loser, a sore loser. That's what Draymond Green is.
Was that not a technical? He elbowed Reed in the head, and it was clear he knew what he was doing, and then he kept going. It happened again. So, I mean, the league actually allows it. I know there's this rule in place, certain amount of technicals. It probably should be less. He probably should be suspended at this point. After 5, we'll probably get to 7 at some point. But, on the Minnesota side, they were making their threes this time around. They had a very bad stretch over the last couple of games. So they got it all together. And you're right about the prop markets. But Ant had a very good game. A scary moment, though, in the second quarter there. as his ankle gets stepped on as he's going down to the ground. Ends up being just fine. He puts it together. Randall had a good game, 24-7 and 11 assists. DiVincenzo, bunch of open looks. He had a few of them. Had an opportunity to have a much better game than he did. But everybody stepped up for Minnesota. They win. They cover quite easily. Ooh, the offense looking bad. If Steph's not coming back, it's going to end up probably being a pretty short series in favor of Minnesota. To the ice. You're right. That was much more exciting. Let's go Edmonton. VGK, we get the extra session. There was some stupidity involving penalties in that game as well during the overtime session, but Edmonton wins 5-4.
I think it was Lil Wayne who tweeted, "Knights got screwed."
Did he really?
Yeah, I think it was him. It was because I follow a couple reporters out there. Yeah, I said Lil Wayne, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he tweeted, "Knights just got robbed." So when I lived there, he used to go in and like do the pregame stuff. He used to be up there like on the top of the castle. Yeah, like he was one of the first celebrities to go out there, and I just picture him at home just smoking blunts, being like, "Man, they got robbed." But in all reality, dude, this is the 6th game in a row. I thought that was a pretty good Wayne, by the way. 6th game in a row where the Oilers are behind and come back and win.
Yeah.
And it's starting to catch on. I got buddies that don't even watch hockey that are like, "Oh, you got to bet the Oil. They can't lose." And it's becoming a very public play every night to just play Edmonton. They've won 6 in a row, but it's very rare. And I covered playoff hockey a long time. You know, I covered that Blackhawk run. I got there in 2012 and I moved to Vegas in 2018. There was a lot of high-quality hockey. The Blackhawks, as good as they were, never fell behind this much and then came back to win this much. 6 straight, 2 of those in overtime. Give them credit, but at some point that can't continue where they can't keep falling behind and then rallying back, can they?
I don't know. Well, last night it was VGK, right? It was 4-2 in the third, and then they forced the overtime, and then Draisaitl, McDavid have the 2-on-1 rush, and it was a wrap right then and there. It was pretty obvious, but yeah, Edmonton short dog, another high scoring one. Over was easy. We get 9 goals in that game last night. Total was 6.5. That we talked about that went up immediately. It was juiced 5.5 to the over, and it gets bet up to 6.5. Still flies over. We had 6 goals in the first game. Is that going to continue? Are we going to see these high-scoring games?
That might.
Yeah.
I thought, though, when Vegas scored first and took the lead and then held the lead middle through the second period, I thought that this was the game that I forecasted. A low and slow game. Vegas might finally eke one out. They're up 1-0. You're halfway through the game, and then pow, pow, pow. It's Edmonton 1-1, Edmonton 2-1, Edmonton 3-1. They score in bunches, man. And I know we text a lot with Barry Rosner, who watches and bets a lot of puck. Look at these games that they've won. 7-4, 4-3, 6-4, 4-2, 5-4. Oh, there's a lone 3-1 in the mix there somewhere.
Yeah.
They just keep putting it on. And when they have the puck and keep the puck, you're not going to beat them. You have to outpossess them, because when they have it and they cycle it and keep, moving it around the zone, they are the most dangerous offense in the league. Defensively, they're challenged, but they keep the puck. So it's a wild synergy that they have. They're not good on D, but when you don't have to play D, it doesn't really get exposed.
Yeah, when you asked, can this continue? Well, if they're going to score at this rate, yeah, it can continue, because the goals are not as much of a premium. So if they're going to be in all these high-scoring games, yeah, and as explosive as they are, do I think that's going to change? Probably not. Probably not with everything that they have on offense. So, that was a highly entertaining game. Edmonton was the short dog going in. The over hits easily. They win. Did you think it was over when Wah with the 5-minute major, like the stupid cross checking? I don't know what he was thinking. Like in overtime, they killed it off, but a lot of people up in arms about that. I understand why, because you thought it was over right then and there.
I didn't know. I never count out Edmonton in a tie game late, so I guess I didn't really think about it that way. What I did think, though, because I've got Caps and I need Caps to make it through this round, when the Caps took that 2-goal lead, I thought to myself, how much
Other
time's
way.
left?
Yep.
Yeah, like,
That's what we do now, because it happens every game. Like somebody's fighting back. 2 goals, most dangerous lead in hockey. Let's go. But that didn't happen.
The funny part about that, no, I know, but the funny part was that the Caps got an empty netter, so there was only a minute left when they took that 2-goal lead. But I still went, is that enough? Is there enough time left?
Yes, that would be hilarious. But so you're happy there. You liked Washington going in last night. You're holding a future on the Caps. That's your lone future alive for the Stanley Cup. And there you go. You got your win. 1-1 going back the other way.
Yep, feels good. You could make a case that, Carolina could have made it interesting. It was 2-1 with 10 minutes to go. 2 tightly contested games, and that was sort of the handicap coming in. Game 1 goes to overtime. Carolina wins. So why is Washington plus 140 on home ice in a game that just went to overtime? Another close game. This thing is going to be a war. This is going to be, every bit of 6-7 games, because these two teams have a lot of strengths. And I think this will be the series that could go the distance. I don't feel the same way about BGK Edmonton. I mean, that's not exactly a hot take, but don't count the Caps out. That's a team that knows how to win. A lot of vets, a lot of playoff performers. Should be a good series.
Did the Tigers sweep?
Did the Rockies put up any sense of a fight? No, did not.
Oh, that was us last night. Between the two games, 21-3. The Tigers outscore the Rockies in yesterday's doubleheader. 21-3. That ended up being a good look. Detroit with the sweep over Colorado. I love it. We always talk about it when you have a doubleheader. People, what's the result of the first game? I'm going Oppo's second game. If you had the balls to go Colorado in game number 2, I commend you on that, at least, for being gutsy. But there was no way I would ever do that.
God bless you. Not to be outdone by the White Sox losing 10-0.
10-0.
And I saw this tweet from King Chaos. If you moneyline parlay against the White Sox and Rockies when they both play, you're 17-13 and you're up 10 units.
Wow. Up 10. And it's easy. Like, there's literally no handicap. Let's just fade forever. All right, we'll get to the NBA playoff games tonight. Next, this is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we're back to the two-game schedule going down tonight in the NBA playoffs. A couple more on Saturday, so nonstop all weekend long here with the NBA postseason. Welcome back, Joe O, Sammy P. We're on X at Bet_Sweat, Sam at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. So got a couple of games. I wouldn't say it worth any big movement as far as like, well, okay, now what's the reaction with the series prices, with this, with that? I mean, we got the Minnesota home win last night. That was to be expected. And if you look at the series price now, it is minus 330 in favor of Minnesota. So it's 1-1, no Steph for probably at least a few games, maybe the rest of the series. And it's the T-Wolves minus 330.
Do you think about the potential for Golden State to just do some like Coach Kilmer stuff and like shoot him up? Is that something that you've considered yet?
For when? Like sooner?
Just for game 4. I mean, if they lose game 3 and it's, up against it. I know Shams reported at least a week.
Right.
But have you given any consideration to them just like John Voight, like close the door, shoot the needle in, and get him out there for game 4?
I didn't. I did. So you're assuming a game 3 loss, right?
Yes.
So let's go there. Game 3 loss at home. Now it's 2-1, another home game. Because if they go down 3-1, it's over.
Yep, it feels that way for sure.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he comes back maybe for game 5 and he's rusty. And then you have that black cloud hanging over the team. Like, it's over, but it's not over yet. But the carriage is about to turn into a pumpkin. I'm thinking that that's more likely than they're letting on. Now, a hamstring is a serious injury for basketball. I mean, that's, in terms of like elevating, exploding, cutting, that's a big deal. But I don't want to say I'm hopeful that they do it, but I think they might. I think they might try and get him ready for game 4, given how things look. I mean, you said it best in the first segment. They look lost without him.
Mm-hmm.
They need him to win this series. And he's a gamer. He's tough. I know he's this lanky sharpshooter, and everybody thinks he's, not this tough basketball player, but he is. I mean, think about all the screens he goes through on defense. That's a tough assignment for him a lot of nights to run through all those screens. But I'm thinking there's a possibility that they try and get him ready to go for game 4.
I'm wondering right now, how many of these series flip? Meaning, okay, game 1 winner or game 1 and 2 winner, it goes opposite and they don't lose again. Like we saw that many years ago. Bulls took a 2-0 lead against the Celtics, and then it flips. Could we see it with the Celtics series? Could we see it with the Cavs-Pacers series? OKC? Maybe. I mean, it's tough to do that to Jokic, beat him 4 straight times. Could we see it in the T-Wolves series? I think it's going to happen to at least one of them, where team bounces back and they don't lose again.
I'm trying to remember, was that the year that Rondo broke his thumb?
There's the injury, right? Yeah,
that changed. Yeah, that changed
thing.
The whole series. It changed everything because they did. That's right. It was the 2017 playoffs, and it was funny because I asked Friedel about that yesterday. I'm like, I can't wait for your story on the Jimmy Butler, Dwayne Wade, Rondo, Hoiberg Bulls. They were in total control, but then they lost Rondo, who was the glue to their team. Believe it. That was such a weirdly constructed team by Gar Forman, but it got him the 41 and 41 or something like that. And then you got Wade and Butler and Rondo in the playoffs, and that's what they rolled with. But Rondo gets hurt, and it all fell apart.
Oh, what does that remind you of? Curry?
A couple of things.
Well, yes, but Curry gets hurt and it all falls apart. I mean, that's what it looked like last night. Curry got hurt and it all fell apart.
Yeah, Rondo and Curry, very similar players.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, very different levels too. Like the Curry one means so much more. But yeah.
I remember during one practice, we were asking Rondo about his shooting, and he's like, "Man, I don't shoot, man. I don't need to shoot." Just the press, like in a huddle. But I mean, he didn't. He got to the basket and he set guys up that knocked down shots. But that locker room was so combustible, and they hated Fred.
Yes,
D Wade never took Fred seriously.
Mhm.
Later, Jimmy turned on Fred.
Yes, he
there's
did.
your 2016-17 Bulls history.
Yeah.
But as for tonight, I was actually up a little bit later than I usually am, and Cleveland was about a 2.5 point favorite in Game 3. And then I'm looking at the timestamp right now on long at 1:30 in the morning. So they knocked it from 2.5 to 3 after midnight. You know, the market never sleeps, as we know. So after midnight East Coast, after 1 o'clock East Coast, boom, 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 from 2.5 to 3 to 3.5. And now you look up, Circa's got a 4.5. So it's moved 2 points in 8 hours. The desperation is real. And you know what else that tells me? Cleveland might be getting a guy or two back. Somebody might know something about somebody playing tonight.
Yeah, I would think so. Still, yeah, the respected books are the higher numbers. So that's like screaming something. And the very public shops are sitting 3.5. And yeah, the respected ones 4.5. So that you're probably right. But as far as what's officially out there, they were all listed as questionable. Garland, Mobley, Hunter. When I saw that, I'm like, yeah, they might be hiding something. Now, we said that before, and we thought one of them was going to come back in game number 2, and it didn't happen. But it's a different scenario now. Now you're down 0-2. You're going to their place. You can't go down 0-3. It's almost over at that point with the number of home games that they have. So it does feel that. Not only the desperation, but like you look at these numbers. So Cavs at home, it was -8, -6.5, and now you're flipping venues, and the adjustment is only 3 points.
Right.
Something's different. Some combination of those guys are going to be on the court. I think you're right on that.
You have to also account for the way people are going to bet it. I mean, if they opened Indiana -2 or whatever, it's going to get bet. So that's just sort of the books playing defense. And I assure you, people betting at 1:30 in the morning, moving that a half point, that's not a $50 bet.
Right.
That's an informed bettor that usually wins, and then you just move it. And sometimes you over move it. And, you know, getting closer to tip off, what do you think the general public's going to bet tonight? So this is probably just, all right, we took the sharp bets. We're a little bit liable there. Let's move it up, and maybe somebody late in the game, you know, right before tip comes in and bets Indiana and then evens out the budget, if you will. But, I mean, this is a huge move, not only on the spread, but, of course, the spread correlates the money line. So the first money line that we saw in this game, Cleveland -115. I see 170, 175, 180. It's a big move on a team that must win. And Chris Andrews told me a long time ago when I moved out to Vegas, we were talking about must-win teams. And he gave me the line. You know the line. If you must win, you must not be that good. And there's a lot of truth to that. Real quick, I asked my guy who's a big Cavs guy, I said, any reason we shouldn't hammer the Cavs? Question. He said, I just don't know how healthy anyone will be if they play. My guy close to the team said Mobley is moving poorly, wants to try, and who knows with Garland. He also said that Donovan Mitchell's calf issue got a little bit worse. So even if all of those guys play, there's no promise that they're efficient or healthy.
Yeah.
It's too bad. It really is, because Cleveland is under the knife because of injury issues. Boston is under the knife because they just play poorly. It stinks when a team gets derailed by multiple injuries. That's not the case with Boston. Boston's up 20 in 2 games. Boston fell apart late. Their star players fell apart. Cleveland just can't stay on the court, and it's really unfortunate when that happens.
Yeah, but the Cavs also blew a 20-point lead.
Sure.
So they wasted that really great, not that it won't happen again, but they wasted that great Mitchell game too. And you bring up his name, and he's not 100% healthy either. Had that awesome performance, and it fell flat there. First half is mostly 2.5 for this one tonight. Ty Jerome was pathetic, but now on the road, that's not a guy that I really want to back. It wouldn't surprise me if some people are taking a look at him. He missed 13 of 14 shot attempts. He's a guy that's been up, down, throughout the entire playoffs. I was looking at Pacers role players or guys at home that can step up. We always do that. Halliburton numbers are always going to be on the high end. I was looking at Nembhard, who overall really strong last game. It's how he plays in the postseason. He had 13 points. Tonight's number is 13.5, but he got to 13 points going 0 for 4 on threes on the road. So now coming back home, I expect a better performance out of him. I would go Nembhard points or points and assists, which is 18.5. He's just had a lot of turnovers last game. That's got to stop, but I wouldn't mind backing a Nembhard prop.
Yeah, that's your guy, and I respect it because he's a really solid playoff performer and was a really good college player in these clutch moments. So I am totally on board with that. We'll obviously discuss more props when we get to Where's the Room, a staple on Bet Sweats. Can we discuss the Donovan Mitchell number, the point number?
What you got?
Well, in the regular season, Donovan Mitchell averaged 24 points per game. 24. He's been scoring more in the playoffs, so his number's been a little bit higher.
Mm-hmm.
But off of 2 games where he scored 33 and 48, his point prop tonight is 29.5, which is 5.5 points higher than the regular season average. What do you do with 29.5 on Mitchell?
And if some combination of those other guys are coming back, what's the number? It's going to be lower, you would think. But see, are people going to come in and bet on Mitchell unders? They know they're not going to, so it's higher than it should be. I would only look one way, but he's going to be out there probably every second unless there's some kind of a road blowout. It's just not something that I want to bet, but I know where you're going. You've got to look under or walk away.
Yeah, I'm not saying I love the under, but I'm certainly not going to run to the window or load up my app and go, oh, over. But a lot of people will because, he just scored. Joe, he almost had 50. What do you mean? This was one of the biggest Twitter debates I ever got in, and it turned nasty. He scored 71 in January of 23. 71. And then his prop the next night was 30.5. And we were getting emails from BetMGM and all these books. 98% of the bets are on Mitchell's over. And I go, I wouldn't bet that with your money. I tweeted it. And then I got all these people chirping at me like, he just scored 71. What are you talking about? And he ended up with like 24. And I victory lapped because that's what I do. Just be careful. This is already juiced enough. It's already 4.5, 5.5 points higher than his regular season average. And he just scored 48. This is as high as it's going to get on this guy. Just be careful, especially if guys come back, like Joe said.
Thunder Nuggets. Thunder, 87 points in the first half the other day. Tied 1-1 going to Denver. Are we taking the Nuggets plus 5.5?
I think we should. A lot of people we respect were talking about it, taking the points.
Mm-hmm.
You rarely see that Jokic guy. You rarely see him in a towel in the fourth quarter 2 games in a row. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a team. That's not a guy that gets blown out in back-to-back games a lot. It's also a big number for a team that has been through some battles in the playoffs. I could see us on Denver tonight in Lightning bets for sure. Well, you need Lightning and Thunder, right? I mean, that's a natural fit.
Yeah, of course. Minus 36 plus minus for Jokic last game. He's going to be in a bad mood, man, after that one. And they did get plenty of rest, to your point. Not lot of days to rest. Like they didn't even get an extra day for travel here out to Denver. So yeah, public's probably going to look at Thunder. Oh my God, Thunder, 87 points. They set all these records. Okay. I'll go to Denver and do that. You're going to win by at least 6. That's what they're going to have to do. So yeah, I would look to that. Anybody prop wise stand out? Like I was thinking about Gordon. He's played well at home throughout the playoffs, but Murray at times, but there isn't someone that really stands out to me.
What if I zigged on Porter and started pounding Porter props over?
I thought
what
about
if
it. You could. We've got a couple of hours to discuss that one. Also, we'll take a look at Saturday's games as well. Joe O, Sammy P, Heisman odds are out. You want to get big numbers early, so we'll give you a couple angles on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Get to some Heisman odds in just a moment. I know in your world, Sam, there was some controversy involving the Pope. So we get word on the Pope after the show yesterday. We had talked about the various odds. Paul was all in. He was doing some deep dives. He didn't mention the winner, right? And he ended up being a long shot from where he opened up.
Yeah, I couldn't even find a price. Like I didn't see him on any lists. I didn't think he was even like a candidate. And then it was either Polymarket or the other one that had the Pope, who is now the Pope. They had him with a 1% chance to win. So that gives you an idea of just how big of an upset that was for the Chicago Kid to be made true and give us the first ever American Pope. USA, USA.
Of course, he's a White Sox fan. So there was the controversy I was talking about wasn't the betting markets. It was, at least locally, I saw, because at first there was one news media outlet that ran with the idea that he's a Cubs fan. And that was clarified quickly. White Sox fans, very upset. I understand why. You guys are always forgotten about. ESPN always forgets that you guys actually won the World Series. When they show highlights, they always skip over the White Sox. I get it. But it was funny that one of the news outlets, like, he's a Cubs fan. And then his brother's like, no, that is not the case. And then all this evidence came out that he's a big White Sox fan, actually.
Yeah, big whiff there by ABC News. Ran with the story, and I do, to piggyback on that, I do love that his brother gave off of like those ew vibes when asked, is he a Cub fan? Ew, no, he's a Sox guy. And then there's pictures of him at the 05 World Series. He's got the flip phone in his hand. It's a great look. And I think it was Jake yesterday in the group thread who used the term baptized by Jardinera, which is very funny. Hey, man, it's too bad Paul's not here because I know Paul is a big Pope guy, although Gertch might be the biggest Pope guy on the show. We're learning a lot more about Gertch as the weeks and months go on. Big mascot guy, maybe a bigger Pope guy.
Dude, if we would have known that this guy's, okay, here's your Chicago connection, here's your guy, we would have bet him, right? We would have just done it. That sinks. Oh, well.
I mean, he had to be triple digits to win. Had to.
Right. Man. I mean, I don't know how you handicap such a thing. I guess people were starting to look at trends. But, yeah, it's too bad we missed out. But big news. That happened yesterday right after the show. So we wanted to make sure that we hit that. Now, we do have some Heisman odds. And a lot of times, the odds that are available right now in early May are not the odds that you're going to see when we get to the start of the season. So that's why we want to bring this up and some of the names that are popping as far as we're thinking. Now, there are every once in a while those years where a long shot down the board. I remember that summer, early this summer, Burrow was 200-1. There are long shot guys that end up winning this award. There's a trend that I want to kind of go over and discuss, Sam. But one thing that we both know, you don't want the favorite. The favorite rarely wins here.
DJ Uiagalelei, Spencer Rattler, guys that come to mind in recent years who were favored to win the Heisman. Last year, the favorite was Quinn Ewers coming in. I agree with you, man. And this is another market in college football where you could probably watch the favorites float out a bit. And if you want to bet a guy like Arch, let him struggle early because the Heisman isn't really won in September. It's won in late October and in November. That much has come very clear to me in the last 10 years of this market. I also advise people to shop around. Now, a lot of these American books have 6-1, 7-1 on Arch. And we love MGM. We love them. The best price, though, on Arch Manning is in Las Vegas right now, where our friends at the Superbook have him at plus 950. Why would you bet 6? Why would you bet 7 when you can bet plus 950? These books take stances, and these books also have different liabilities. Do you know the one player? Well, I don't want to put you on the spot. I'll tell rather than ask. The one player I keep hearing about in terms of liability is the quarterback at South Carolina, Lenore Sellers. This is a guy who was, 30, 35 to 1 in a couple markets. And now I see some books at 20. I see some books at 18. I see another one at 16. This is a guy that's getting popped at double-digit numbers. He's a younger cat, but he really showed out last year. He'll be a redshirt sophomore this year. And he's also taken money to be the first overall pick, which is interesting. He was like 25 to 1, and now he's 7 to 1 to be the first pick in next year's draft. A lot of people are betting on Sellers, not only for Heisman, but to be the number 1 pick.
Yeah, if not going to Arch, that's the way to go. The upside guys. That's what we're looking for. One name that's top 10 in odds, and I just laugh at, never, not with your money, would I bet on Carson Beck to win the Heisman Trophy at Miami. There are guys with limited ceilings that I'm going to eliminate immediately. And there's another one that is, I want to say, 4th in odds that I'm willing to eliminate. And here's my explanation behind it. And maybe you would think this is idiotic. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But look at the odds. Look at all the quarterbacks up there. So I'm talking about Jeremiah Smith. And maybe he's a generational talent. Dude's phenomenal. We understand that. We saw that last year. But I'm just looking at the last 20 years. How this award goes. You'll get a non-quarterback, but then you're going to get a run of 3-4 years of being quarterback. And then, I don't know if it's the right year, voters getting bored, whatever, you'll get a non-quarterback. And then you'll get another run of 3-4 straight years of quarterbacks. Here's how it's gone. We know Travis Hunter this past season. Before that, 3 straight quarterbacks. Prior to that run, you had Devontae Smith, wide receiver. Before Devontae Smith, 4 straight quarterbacks. Prior to that, you had Derrick Henry, the running back. Before Henry, 5 straight quarterbacks. And right before that run, a running back. Before that, 3 straight quarterbacks. It doesn't go back and forth. And yeah, you have your outliers with running back, a receiver, a guy that plays both sides like you did this past year with Travis Hunter. But we get these runs after quarterbacks, after non-quarterbacks win. And you see that with the odds. I mean, that's where I would start. I would just be looking at the quarterbacks that have upside.
And the truth is, last year, a lot of these quarterbacks underperformed. There's always a bunch of quarterbacks at the top of the board. Mm-hmm. One of them usually hits in the top 6, right? Here's your list last year. I have the odds here. These are from BetMGM last August. Dylan Gabriel, Quinn Ewers, those 2 were co-favorites. Carson Beck, Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart, Will Howard, Nico Iamaleava, Garrett Nussmeier. Then Cam Ward, who did have a pretty good season, then Riley Leonard. None of those guys balled out the way that people thought they would. And that's when you have those years where a Travis Hunter wins or a Devontae Smith wins. I have a feeling, given this list, I mean, there are some studs on this list. Arch, Klubnik, Nussmeier, Sayin, I like Lagway, Sellers, not betting Drew Aller. I will not. But I think one of these guys this year is going to hit the board, finally.
Yeah. So it was the exact same thing when Devontae won. It was Trevor Lawrence underperforming. 3rd in votes that year was Mac Jones, and 4th was Kyle Trask. Yeah, he was 4th in Heisman that year. That's how bad the quarterback class is. And so we're saying, look, this quarterback class, not as bad as what we saw last year. And so it's going to be way different. It begins and ends with the quarterbacks. I totally get your thoughts there. And the number of upside guys that you're bringing up makes perfect sense. Right there around Beck, like, man, when you start to get in these 20s, there's a big drop-off. You see Gunnar Stockton. I know he's on a really good team, but come on, I just don't see it happening with him. We saw a little bit of him last year. But, yeah, the names that are getting a little bit of run here makes sense. How high do you think Klubnik gets? Like, is this the shortest it gets before the season starts?
So I can only see the Vegas numbers and a couple offshore numbers. I don't know what MGM has on him. I guess I could just look at our screen right here. What do they got? 11-1. I see him 9-1 offshore, and then at the Westgate he's 10-1.
I see a 14 available.
Okay, I would bet the 14 because I come from a camp where Clemson probably goes 10-2, 11-1. At which point that number probably doesn't float out. I mean, their schedule to start the season, assuming they get through the first game against LSU, it's pretty easy, man. There's not a lot of roadblocks, and I keep hearing they're going to throw the ball a ton this year. So after LSU, which, by the way, is in Death Valley, that's a home game for them. You go to Troy, you go to Georgia Tech, Syracuse, North Carolina, Boston College. Like, it's not a difficult schedule out of the gate. I mean, it's not a difficult schedule at all, but there's not this huge road of landmines early in the season. So that's not a guy I think goes up. If anything, I think he comes down. Not to say he's going to win it, but that 14 is probably ripe to bet right now.
That's a good exercise. Which numbers are going to be gone? So you think Sellers will be gone, or has it moved enough to where this probably has some staying power?
You could bet still some 20. I would think the cutoff would be 20. Like, anything higher than 20, if you find that person, go for it. If it's lower, you might be able to wait.
Yep. We're amped for college football, can you tell? Talking about it a couple of days here. These numbers are going to move, so that's why we talk about it this time of year. All right, today's full MLB card on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Happy Friday, Joe O, Sammy P with you, hanging out. We've done a lot of NBA, squeezed in some college football. A lot more to come. 11 o'clock Eastern. Chris Meany will be joining us from NHL.com. He's terrific on the player props, get his thoughts on everything that went down. Couple of tight games. Well, at least one was really tight. One was thrilling, going to overtime last night. And we'll see what's in store this weekend and what Chris Meany is thinking about how these games are going to play out. Sam will give his thoughts coming up in about 20 minutes as well. He's in a good mood. His Caps won, tied up that series 1-1, so he's got something to cheer for moving forward. Now, we keep on rolling with Major League Baseball. Pirates are good now, man. They're good. You fire the manager. That was the issue. He was the problem. They weren't hitting. That's why. And now they're good to go. So Derek Shelton fired after going 12-26 yesterday. It's a thing that sucks. Like, the Pirates know better. The ownership knows better, but they're cheap. And they understand that it probably wasn't his fault, but they're looking for some sort of a spark. They're looking to prove to their fan base, hey, we did something. There's action here. And maybe it will be some sort of a short-lived thing. Fire the manager, and then the team starts to play better. But I think that they're well aware that it's not Derek Shelton's fault. It's their own fault.
I'm also not interested at all in betting the Pirates today.
No, or ever.
I already did it once this week. That's my limit. I can only handle one Pirates loss a week.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
it.
you can't score.
I can't do much more.
Yeah, I'm not going with you guys against Atlanta today. Not interested. And really, they're not even that much of a dog. Like, if I'm betting the Pirates, I'm backing this offense, I better get some good plus money. And it's not in the territory where I would even consider it. Offense is pitiful. We're not thinking that they're going to Bailey falters on the mound too. So I don't see some sort of a spark for today. Not a game that I am interested in. Is there a game you're interested in?
Yeah, who do the Rockies play?
All right, let's do it. $2. $2, San Diego. Here we go.
Not that
Tough
bad.
schedule
You can
continues.
do $1.60, $1.65.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, which is a little surprising. So Velasquez goes for San Diego.
Yeah.
Total has been bet up a whole run, 10.5 to 11.5. I do bear bets with Jeff Schwartz. And before the season, as you know, I've been talking about how bad this Rockies team was going to be. And for some reason, Jeff honed in on a point that I made about how bad their rotation is, but how worse the bullpen is. And then also talking about how anybody good in that bullpen is going to get traded. Jeff has been betting the over team total on the opposing team for over a month. And he is destroying it, dude. He is so happy. And I haven't even been doing it because I was just betting Rockies to be the worst team. He is taking the team total for the other team and just blind betting the over. Now, I'm not saying that that's the way to go about it. But if you look at their I'm going back to the 3rd of May. They gave up 6 runs, 9 runs, 8 runs, 10 runs, 11 runs. So, that's absurd. And I don't think, given the schedule that you rattled off a week ago, give or take,
yeah,
coming up against the Padres, Rangers, D-backs, Phillies, Yankees, Cubs, and Mets, I don't feel like the other teams are going to suddenly stop hitting as it gets warmer in Denver, balls flying out. Jeff may have uncovered one of the best bets in baseball. And I'll give him full credit because I didn't even say it. I just walked him to the pool, and then he dove in on the opposing team total over. Interesting looks by him, and he's cleaned up on this bet.
I'm not completely insane. It was $2 earlier this morning. And then then they're betting Colorado. Okay, have fun. I'm not joining you if you're interested in doing that. No, I'm not doing Senzatella. I'm not doing that. That might be the way to go, though, the team total. Are we flipping, or are we just going to continue fading the Rockies?
Well, given how the teams have been hitting and how the market has moved, I think the market has definitely caught up. I'm going to check the team total box here and see what the consensus is, because we could look it up at one book. Team total for San Diego, 6.5 juiced under. So you need 7, but 7's not that difficult against this team. So that'll be something to monitor. I'm not going to jump in after 5 straight wins, because that's the worst time to do it. But I had mentioned earlier about that trend where you just parlay against the White Sox and against the Rockies. They're both in action today, and if you've done it every time they play together, you're up almost 10 units. Is a Padre Marlin parlay the worst idea? Probably not. I'm going to do the math here real quick and see what that would pay. But if you fade Colorado and you fade Chicago, you're in a really good spot. That parlay tonight is plus 165 at BetMGM.
Man. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good payday. Fading the 2 worst teams. I understand the thinking there. I'm thinking about San Francisco, Minnesota. So we've got the Giants as a pretty short dog. Just checking to see if that number's moved much. Yeah, it's about even money. About even money, because Minnesota, the home favorite, at minus 120. So you get to back Hicks in this spot. And the reason that I would consider backing Hicks, and I know people will be scared off, they see a 6+ ERA, but the underlying metrics are suggesting that he hasn't been that bad. And there are a number of hitters in this Giants lineup that have really strong history against Paddock. Yaz at the very top, he's certainly one of them. Flores, one of them. Their DH usually hitting around that 5 hole. So I'm going to back San Francisco on the road at even money.
Okay, I like that. There was a game that I was certainly thinking about, and that was Baltimore, Los Angeles. Angels, not Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
You see Jackson Holiday, by the way, starting to really hit the snot out of the ball.
Really?
Nice to see that. I mean, that was a kid that came up last year. Wasn't really all that ready. He was hitting 8th or 9th. He was in the 2 hole the other day. It's Baltimore on the road against Jake's guy, Kyle Hendricks. And the number is pretty cheap. Only minus 140 on Baltimore. I'm not the biggest Oriole guy in the world, but I think we all agree that Kyle Hendricks is about as ready for the glue factory as it gets.
Wow.
So, I mean, he is. He is. No? Problem is, the Orioles have lost 5 in a row.
Yeah.
So you're having to lay minus 140.45 with a team that is 0-5 last 5 and 3-7 last 10. But is Hendricks the great equalizer? Is he the slump buster for the O's? I leaned yes. I leaned Baltimore in this game.
Dude, I can't figure them out. They can't hit now. The entire Minnesota series, they were just swept in. A 3-game series, they scored 5 runs. So I don't want to back them. The road trip continues for them, going from Minnesota out to LA. I understand the thinking, but I'm not laying that with Baltimore. I'm sorry. But you could be right as far as Hendricks. I put him in a list of losers at the start of the season. Probably a fade guy, but I just don't want to lay a price with Baltimore with the way that they're playing this season. It is ugly. They're already 10 games under 500.
I noticed yesterday, since we talked about the Pope, did you see what the number 1 most bet prop was yesterday in Major League Baseball? It was Nick Castellanos. Castellanos the homer.
Yeah. He didn't do it, did he?
He didn't have a hit. He was 0 for 3 with a walk, but they got down. It's anytime there's this worldwide story or national tragedy in America, people now go to their apps and bet Castellanos. And I saw him before the announcement of the Pope, because the rumor was that it was going to happen yesterday. Like, it hadn't happened yet, but it was going to happen. He was 6-1, 650 to homer. By the time the Pope was announced, If you went an hour after the Pope announcement, he's 4-1 everywhere.
Come on.
Got down to 3.
Idiots.
They just bet him. They don't even ask questions. Oh, a bridge blew up? Bet Castellanos. Oh, the Pope is new? Castellanos. Crazy. And the books see this huge amount of action. And look, it doesn't take much. If guys are betting $20-$50 on a player at 6-1, that liability adds up pretty quickly. So the book's like, all right, forget it. Pull it down. Let's throw it back up. Let's just give them $350. And then they bet the $350.
They don't care. They just want to be right. The number's 8-1 for today. So with the Pope news, though, like you went to the Castellanos, the other thing is, in reaction to that, people are like, okay, what do we do with Chicago? Chicago guy, he's a sports fan, established White Sox fan, not a Cubs fan. Well, you don't want to bet the White Sox. Nobody's doing that. And nothing did happen with the White Sox yesterday. They get blanked 10-0. Is there a Chicago bet? That's what people are looking at. Do you do something else? Is there a Bears bet? I assume he's a Bears fan, right? Like or something. Here's the thing. Chicago teams suck. There's no bet to be made. It's a big waste of time and it's a big waste of money.
I agree with that. I actually found, since we're talking about the Pope, I found, is it Kalshi or Kalshi? I don't know. It's the other
I don't know
service like Polymarket. So somebody at Kalshi, whatever, bet 500 on this guy to be the Pope, and it made him $52,000.
Good God.
So that gives you an idea of how big of a long shot that he was. Yeah, I saw it yesterday. I couldn't find it, and I didn't screenshot it, but I just found it in one of my tabs. So that was the bet. It's a $526 bet on Prevost to be the Pope, and it paid out $52,641.
Damn.
Whew. What did Pappy have to say about the Pope? Did you catch his take or no?
I did not.
No,
did you?
You didn't get.
He probably
Mike
likes
Mark's
it. He's a Sox fan, so I'm sure he had thoughts. Yeah, because the last Pope he had some thoughts about. I don't even want to talk about it.
Careful.
Was he honored yesterday? He was honored yesterday, right?
I think that's today at the big
Oh,
Barrett blowout in Chicago. Yeah.
I got to get there. I got to show up.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll make it. Would you rather go to that, or would you rather drive to a 120
Yes.
game? Yeah.
Whatever you were going to say. It was the other.
I remember that story when you were like, I brought my kids to the Cub game. You got off the air at 12. It was a 120 start, and you were flying down the highway to try and get there by first pitch, all the way from the South Burbs all the way to the North Side. You were with a van or a truck full of kids too, mind you.
The worst was driving back in rush hour. People say nobody goes downtown for work anymore. That's a crock. Yeah, because the game's over, and it was a super quick game. It was just over 2 hours. So 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock. Driving home, the conversations they have. Oh my God, just end me. I wanted to drive into Lake Michigan, but anyways, that would have been an issue.
My fault. Let me get us back on track here. I'll probably bet Baltimore. I'll probably I can lay $1.40 at multiple places. That's a fair price to give. Pinnacle's a little bit cheaper than that, $1.39. I know the Orioles have struggled, but that makes the price lower. So if Baltimore's won 5 in a row, you're laying $1.80 or $1.90 today. Because they've been playing poorly, the price comes down. So I'll bet against Hendricks, and I'll probably, why, after bringing it up twice now, why would I not bet against the Rockies and the White Sox in a parlay? You go Marlins, Padres, and wheel them together. Plus 165.
Okay, so while I just said all the Chicago teams suck, I think I'm going to be betting a Chicago team. But it's a team that the Pope hates. So I didn't think there was a connection there. And I'm talking about the Cubs getting a price. The Mets minus 155, home favorites against the Cubs. Tyon is like unhittable against this Mets lineup. Against these players, 75 plate appearances, 162 average. He has against the Mets 20 strikeouts, 1 walk on a run right now. Like, he's been unhittable against these guys. Like, the exit velo is mid 80s when they hit the ball on him. So I think the Cubs at plus 130, or if you want to do first 5 and avoid that Cubs bullpen, which I would understand, that is plus 125. So not a huge gap in the price there if you just want to take the first 5. Joe O, Sammy P, let's talk about what's happening on the ice tonight and over the weekend. We'll get to that on the other side. Where's the room later this hour? You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Maybe we just do the off-air show on air, right? Like we're just trashing everyone up and down the line. Up and down the line. I mean, I'm fine with it. Joe O, Sammy P with you on a Friday, getting you set for the weekend. Ton going on. Just hit on the MLB card. We will get to some hockey coming up. Chris Meany joining us at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and we'll get Sam's look for tonight's card as well. You want to talk about Annie Agar? You want to? I feel like she's someone, I don't know how. Okay. We're not pro cancel culture in any way. It is what it is. It happens to a lot of people. It happens sometimes to our friends. I don't know how she dodged it. I don't know how that happened, because there were some old tweets that came out with her, and I think people just like her, or they think she's funny, and they're willing to accept it as, young dumb teenager. But for some people, they don't let go. Anyways, Annie Agar's a fraud. And anytime I see her doing an interview, I'm bored to tears. But that's not why she's a fraud. It's go ahead, Sam. I mean, you have more intel on this. I just see it from time to time in social media about what she does to people. And she's always looking for that extra clout. And honestly, most of the time, unfortunately, she gets it.
She does get it. So she poached another tweet yesterday. It was a very popular tweet, and it was actually sent into our group thread, which is hilariously named Ramily. But that's the issue. She has done this before, and she will do it again. The best part about Twitter, or X, is that there are timestamps. The problem is she has such a huge profile that she hits the algorithm before people that don't have her following. Right. So she posted a tweet. Chicago produced a Pope before a quarterback who throws she wrote throws instead of threw, but whatever. Chicago produced a Pope before a quarterback who throws for 4,000 yards, and it got blasted. I got that tweet sent to me 6 times yesterday, and it's got 5.6 million views. Pretty good tweet, pretty funny joke. Problem is, she was the 4th person that tweeted it. And yeah. I would like to give her the benefit of the doubt, but this is not the first time it's happened. It's actually happened to a couple friends of mine who have made tweets. She's taken the tweet, changed a couple words, and posted it, and then it goes viral. There's a pattern here. And she did it again yesterday. She was like the 3rd or 4th person to post that joke. I don't like that. Just hit retweet. It's very fair.
Yes,
like,
that's the
see a joke.
That's a thing. Yes.
Give people their due. If you want to be this comedian that's super funny and very edgy, you can't be copying other people's things. And I know that we can't prove that, but there's no way. There's no way that you keep getting the benefit of the doubt for copying other people's tweets and jokes and making them your own. There were tweets that were 15 minutes and 20 minutes before her, the same joke. You don't get the benefit of the doubt when it's been happening over and over and over again. Yeah. I thought she burst onto the scene in a really good way when she was doing the Zoom calls and the Big Ten coaches and the NFL quarterbacks and all that stuff. Like, very funny stuff. But I have no time for you taking other people's jokes and repurposing them as your own. I hate that. I've never liked it. She's not the only one to do it. Other people do it. Other companies do it. Yep. Just hit retweet. If it's not your thought, give somebody else the love.
Yeah, I'm sure some people are thinking, oh, it's social media, whatever, who cares? But don't take it. You're stealing. And play it off like your own, like you came up with that thought. Oh, you're so funny. It's really not any different than what happens in the comedy scene. And I love it when guys that are stealing people's material get called out. That is a big no-no. How is it any different? Like, she's portraying herself as as the funny social media sports girl, and she's just stealing from people. Mind of Mencia, he had a show on Comedy Central years ago. He got exposed as a guy that steals jokes. Rogan totally exposed him. He did it on stage once, and he's done it on his show and other places as well. And Mencia has denied it and battled with him and all that. Well, Mencia lost. Like, I love it when comedians do that, exposing other people. It's the worst thing you could do. And she's just straight up stealing material. Can't stand it. And I know it's social media, but that's how she makes her living. That's how she gets sponsorships, because of her social media following. It's really no different.
Yeah, and I'm impartial. Like, I don't know her. I've never met her. It is what it is. Like, I think it's very obvious what's going on here. And she's got a huge following. But when you send a tweet, as somebody who went viral many times this year, Joe, you know what happens when you go viral a lot. I mean, you've been viral twice now in the last couple months. If you constantly get millions of views, Twitter pays you now. That's how it works. Yeah. So she lifts a joke, and she did lift it. If she said she didn't, I don't believe her. BS, 100%. Jim Maloch, who's a very, very good follow on Twitter, @PodOfFame. He took a screen grab of the two tweets. One was Annie's, one was from this guy named Colin Whitchurch. And the timestamp on the screenshot has Colin posting it before.
Yep.
And he commented, his spin on it was, "The Pope does not approve of stealing." Which is very funny. Very funny. And then that tweet got pretty popular. So it was a good day. Even Rob Pizzola chimed in, friend of the show. The Hammer circled back. He got into the mix and said, "Wow, congrats to the 14 people that came up with the Pope 4,000 yards joke." It's like everybody just kept stealing it from the original tweet. And then you got then Barstool comes in, and then they copy and paste it. And then this NFL Memes shares it. And it just takes off from there. But I don't like it. I never have. And it's nice to see that people are catching on to what's going on there, because a lot of people called her out yesterday, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I was happy to see that at the very least. I'm not a fan of her work anymore. And it's been going on for a while. And what I was alluding to earlier was that for some reason she escaped getting canceled, because there are old racist tweets from her that were out there from years ago. And that's what I was referencing. That happened a few years ago. She sent out one apology on Twitter, and she never addressed it again. And it kind of has been swept under the rug. And media companies keep hiring her, whether, she's sponsoring something, whatever. So, she played it off like it was a joke, and it's clearly not a joke. So ever since that came out, haven't been much of a fan. Some people are. Okay. I'm not. She steals people's work, and she said some shameful things in the past, but some people don't care when it comes to her. And I don't understand the difference. I don't get it. People pick their battles for some reason. Joe Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. All right, Sam, we'll talk to Chris Meady coming up top of the hour. We went over the games last night. We had a thrilling overtime game. As far as tonight, as far as this weekend, what are you thinking in the NHL?
I am not laying 235 now on Florida. We were laughing at how big that number was yesterday. Florida, of course, down 2-0. Toronto has the lead. Toronto looking every bit of a legit cup contender. But I'm not. I like Florida to win, but I'm not laying 235 at BetMGM. So nothing really there. I lean under in Dallas, Winnipeg. I'm probably not going to have any hockey bets. I will bet Vegas tomorrow. I 100% will take Vegas. I can get plus 115 now. This is Saturday night, 9 o'clock puck drop on the East Coast. That's probably my favorite of the four. you know how I feel about Dallas and Winnipeg. They ripped my soul out on Saturday and
done.
Sunday. I mean,
You're pretending the series doesn't exist, is what you're doing.
Basically, yeah. I'm just going to gloss over it, lean under, I guess. I do respect the goaltending in that series with Hellebuck and Ottinger. And Winnipeg's a team that just does a great job of erasing pace. That's what Winnipeg plays like. They're a very slow, very dump it in, very forecheck heavy team. So it's the opposite of Edmonton. Edmonton is just up and down the ice, right? Energizer Bunny on speed. Winnipeg is quicksand. So that's why you see Vegas Edmonton 6.5 on the total and Dallas Winnipeg 5.5. And as we've always believed, high totals are high for a reason, low totals are low for a reason. I lean under Dallas Winnipeg, but I will definitely, I know we won't have a show tomorrow, I will definitely bet Vegas tomorrow on the road. I can bet plus 114 right now, and I probably shouldn't wait because it looks like the market is starting to come back a little bit. Opened to $1.15, got to $1.35, and now it's kind of running back toward the middle. So plus price on Vegas, that'll get my money tomorrow on Saturday.
Okay, Vegas, we could find a plus 435 for the series. If you think they're going to make a series out of it, is that something you'd consider or no?
No, I don't want to bet against McDavid in the
so
rest
much
of the
firepower.
round. I wish, like, if Vegas would have taken one, I would feel a lot better about coming in 1-1, betting a lesser price. But you got to beat that team 4 out of 5. I don't know, man. I don't think it happens.
Yeah, that's a pretty hefty price on Dallas for taking a 1-0 series lead. Some of the shops as high as minus 350 on that series. I get it because, people were thinking, okay, they won the series against the Avs, so now they're going to march on. It's going to be that easy. But, man, that's a hell of a price. And you got the Winnipeg Jets tonight as a slight favorite in that spot. So, yeah, we'll talk about it more with Chris Meady coming up. Anything else Saturday-wise, or is that it? On the Washington one, you're just rooting for your Caps play, hoping for probably another split.
Look, the power rating is very high on Carolina. That much is clear. I see Chris, offshore book Chris, has Carolina minus 205. MGM's pretty high as well, minus 190. They just play to a high power rating. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It feels like a lot. I mean, you go back to last night, Carolina on the road is $1.60. And now you go back home, Washington's taken you to a really close game twice. Why is it minus 200? I don't understand it. But I also I'm already invested in Washington to win the cup, so I don't feel the need to come in and snipe a price. I lean to the Caps. I would put it this way. I would lean to any team in this series day to day, game to game at plus money. That's how tight I think these teams are. The power ratings, though, the odds makers have Carolina much better, and I don't see it. I could be very wrong about that, but I mean, I watched both games. They were both tight. First game went to overtime. Caps win game 2. Why is Carolina minus 200? I don't understand it, but I don't know. I'm frazzled by it, if you can't tell.
Yes. Rantanen moved to a favorite yesterday in the Conn Smythe after another hat trick. Okay, that makes sense. Edmonton goes up 2-0. Now it's McDavid. McDavid's your favorite right now. It's pretty tight there for the Conn Smythe. 5-1 McDavid. Rantanen 6-1. Draisaitl in the team photo 10-1. Nylander with a big playoff. He's had a run of games with a goal. He's sitting 14-1. So yeah, a lot of the players that you would expect near the top. Boy, Aho 19-1. That's a pretty good number for him.
Yeah, that market is so fun. And then watch Dallas lose the series, and then it completely gets turned over again, right? Because you you can't win the Conn Smythe if you lose in the second round. You could lose in the final, but you can't, the favorite is the favorite for now. But if Winnipeg can knock out Dallas, I hate to break it to you, Mikko Rantanen's not going to win the Conn Smythe. So these markets, these Conn Smythe markets every year, they flip on a dime. On a dime.
Yep. Took one Edmonton win, and then first and third favorite immediately, you've got the Oilers because they take a 2-0 series lead. So, yeah, a good way to find some value when a team loses. Joe O, Sammy P, we're going to find out where the room is at on the NBA tonight. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with
Where's the room?
Damn, that hits different when you got a pounding headache. And it comes from left field. Where's the room? Joe O, Sammy P. Did you notice how it went yesterday with our one NBA game?
I did not.
Anything stand out? What was, we're all out of sorts here. No Paul Aspen here on this Friday. What was the most popular one that we were calling out? Do you remember, Jake?
I know Ant Edwards was on their points over. That one did not hit.
Loser.
I can find it from yesterday. I'll look back.
Draymond under 10.5 points was number one. He got 9. So that one, they hit that one at minus 140 or whatever. Trying to remember if I look at some other players.
I have it in front of me if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Buddy Hield was on there, right? 15.5 over.
So Buddy Hield over 15.5 points, minus 105 was number 5. Number 4 was Jonathan Kuminga over 7.5 points, also minus 105. Number 3, Anthony Edwards over 27.5 points, minus 110.
Loss.
2, Dante DiVincenzo under 3.5 rebounds, minus 105.
That was the dumb one. What did he do?
Hit. He had 3.
He had 1. Okay, 3 rebounds. Wow.
And then first overall, Draymond Green under 10.5 points, minus 145.
Wow, the room getting it done
3
yesterday.
and 2.
3-2. Woo! You know what that means, Joe?
Yeah, we're flipping. We're going the other way.
The top one for Cavs Pacers is interesting.
Oh my God,
They're betting that because he's hurt. That's why. But
we're not doing slow. You looked? I thought we were doing slow review.
I did look because I didn't know. Paul usually reads them and Paul's not here, so I did look. At least I'm admitting when I'm looking, Jake. Unlike you, you damn curtain peeper. Let's see.
What?
Where
you watch your whole family?
How did I get that ricochet shot?
So let me start by saying I believe this is the night that they go. If you fade the room, you're going to be 7-3. That's my prediction. After the public has a little bit of money, wins their props barely, they give a lot back tonight. So without further ado, Jake, why don't you drive this boat?
All right. I'll give you guys the option. Which game would you like to start with, or do you care?
Cavs Pacers.
All right. Starting with Cavs Pacers player props. Player prop number 5 in the room. Number 5, Donovan Mitchell, first field goal, plus 475.
I can't fade that one.
Yeah.
Nope, that's the one.
All right.
But okay.
Erase what I said about 7-3 on the fade because it cannot be 7-3.
That is the only first field goal bet in the room today. So
good.
We got that one out of the way.
Getting so popular.
Number 4 in the room. Tyrese Halliburton under 2.5 3-pointers made, plus 110.
That's interesting.
At home, it's obscure. I would not bet that. But they took I don't recall the last time we saw a plus money bet in Where's the Room. Have we?
And a plus money under.
Yeah. Sums up there.
So he's taken 8 threes in the series. He was 2 for 2 in game 2, 2 for 6 in game 1.
Well,
he's only had 2. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
This might be in an email we get later today too, Joe.
There were no plus money bets in the room yesterday. There were none on Tuesday, and there were none on. There was one on Wednesday. Jalen Williams under 1.5 3-pointers at plus 115 on Wednesday.
Here's the problem. Okay. Let's draw this back. Because 2 games don't matter. If you run his 3-point numbers back to the first round, he took 10, 5, 9, 10, 7. The volume over the course of the playoffs has been there. to make at least 3. So we shall see.
Uh-huh.
All right, moving on. Number 3 in the room, Donovan Mitchell, over 29.5 points, minus 125.
Of course.
Ding, ding,
There it
ding.
is. Yep. I already rang the bell. I can't ring it again. Wait.
You
can't. I can't do it.
Cancels
bing,
out.
Bing, bing. Yep. No, I did it to myself. I'm having a segment, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, never. We talked about it during our breakdown of the game that you go under or you walk away, and they're doing over.
Second, Jarrett Allen, under 11.5 rebounds, minus 140.
Oh, that could be the one. That could be the one for sure.
So why? Why are they laying it? The under. They're thinking that somebody's coming back? Maybe? Mobley? I don't know. Because Mobley is mentioned in the other one. Go ahead, Jake. What's number 1 prop right now?
And the number 1 bet in Cavaliers Pacers in the room, Evan Mobley, under 2.5 assists, minus 120.
It's just so random. Like, what's
fading Mobley?
What's the handy?
Fading Allen.
Are people studying film on Evan Mobley? I doubt it. I have a feeling. Oh, here's what they did, Joe. They looked at the last 5 playoff games for Evan Mobley and saw that he has 2, 1, 3, 1, 1. So it'll happen again tonight. Let's lay a price. Bingo.
Hashtag trends.
If he plays,
Trends with the Z.
He probably won't play the entire game. Could be a blowout. There's that factor as well. So desperate spot. So they're doing under. So the top 2 are unders. What about the Thunder and the Nuggets tonight? What you got, Jake?
We go across the hall to another room. Number 5 in Thunder and Nuggets. SGA, over 7.5 assists, minus 105.
Okay, number 4.
Number 4, Joker, under 28.5 points, minus 120.
That's a bad idea. That is a bad idea. Joker coming off a bad game, going back home. Yeah, and they're laying minus 120. I don't like that at all. Yeah, of course he had a bad game. He also had 42 points in game 1.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. Forget about game 1. Let's focus on game 2. Easy. We should bet
this
that.
One.
That would be the one. That'd be the one I would bet so far.
Okay.
Well, especially considering number 3, which is very funny to me. Sure, let's go Joker unders. Number 3, Russ Westbrook, over 13.5 points, minus 115.
Last game. He was terrific. He put up numbers last game. I know they didn't show up as a team, but he put up numbers. Okay, do that again. All right, last 2. What, we got a couple role players here?
Last 2, second in the room, Lou Dort in the Dortcher chamber, over 9.5 points, minus 125.
I like Dortcher chamber. I don't like the bet. I like that terminology, Jake. Very strong.
Thank you. I definitely stole that from somebody else. It's not original. I Agard it.
I thought Annie Agar had that one first. I thought Annie had that. By the way, coming up on Annie's podcast next week, where's the room?
All right, last one in the room to close it out. The most bet ticket in Thunder Nuggets. Alex Caruso, over 12.5 total points, rebounds, assists, minus 145.
That is
Somebody gave that
the
out.
Microcosm of the room. Obscure player, PRA, low number, lay $1.45. Those are the bets the room was built on. Those are the bricks outside that set the foundation.
Of the room.
Yep,
Load-bearing
100%.
wall.
That's such a random bet. When the room comes out of nowhere and pounds Alex Caruso props at minus 145, that's the room, Joe.
I just did a quick search on Twitter. Caruso PRA. First thing, a tweet from Daddy Bobo 11. Alex Caruso over 12.5 PRA at minus 118. Now it's minus 145, according to these numbers. So, yeah, there are people giving it out. There's no doubt. For that to be the most popular play, that's a copy and paste. People heard it, and they're like, oh, yeah, I like it. And then, you know what they're doing? They're copying it, though, at a worse number. That's the problem. That's why I don't like it when shows with no context give out, okay, here are the sharp plays. Yes, that was the sharp play, but the line has moved. The juice has moved. The sharps are not betting it anymore, and people don't consider that.
I also just pulled up Caruso's last game. He only played 10 minutes in this one. He had 2 points, no boards, no dimes.
Mm-hmm.
So the room is banking on an Alex Caruso prop bounce back.
Alex Caruso legacy game. Book it.
It might happen.
But
I'm not laying $1.45. What's his name?
The first
Batty Bobo. Who is it?
Yeah, just the name is Bobo. The first sentence is Caruso has put up 14 plus PRA in 4 of 6 playoff games. So he's also one game from doing half, 3 of 6.
I remember one time one of my co-hosts that will not be named on the show came out and said, well, this has happened in 2 straight games.
Oh, my God.
And I went, so what? What does it matter? Well, I just thought that was important. And, of course, it lost. And you just, it doesn't matter. What happened yesterday doesn't really matter. And guess what, guys? Books adjust. If a guy scored 48 in the last game, his prop is going to go up the next game. To think because it's happened in 2 out of 3 or 4 out of 5 that it's going to happen again, that's how you lose.
And that's not how this works. In most cases, it's just people looking for a reason. Okay, I've got to come up with a pick. Here's my pick. Give me something. Or they're trying to land on a pick. Okay, they're looking for some sort of reasoning, even though that is anything but sound reasoning. Joe Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats coming up next. Chris Meany on the Stanley Cup playoffs right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
With you another hour here on the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you checking us out on YouTube as well. Make sure you subscribe to the BetMGM Network page, and you can follow us on XBet_Sweat, Sam at SPShoot, I'm at Joe Ostrowski. And one of the fellas from NHL.com joins us each and every week on the show throughout the playoffs. It's Chris Meany with us at Chris Meany on X, NHL Fantasy and Edge Stats for NHL.com. So, Chris, we got to start with the action that we saw last night. And one game, Sam was very excited because he's holding the Caps future to see them even things up. But Edmonton, VGK, the ups and downs. I mean, I guess it's been the storyline throughout the playoffs. 2-goal lead, VGK comes back. You get the thrilling overtime. And then in the end, the star power wins out in that Oilers game.
Yeah, it's a tough loss for Vegas in two very different series. I mean, you mentioned Washington and Carolina has been tight checking, low scoring. Logan Thompson and Frederik Andersen 1 and 2 in terms of save percentage. You check a lot of boxes for us over at NHL.com in terms of edge stats. But that's a game that the Vegas Golden Knights let slip last night. I mean, they had they came back in the game, which is nice, but to be on home ice and to lose both games at home. And really, they did a great job in shutting down Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. I mean, you're watching the highlights this morning. You see the beautiful goal in overtime from the duo, but they were pretty quiet in that game. Jack Eichel and company, Mark Stone as well, were able to shut those two players down for the most part at 5-5. A big win, but a loss at the end of the day. You know, Calvin Pickard, he's a journeyman. He's been around the league as essentially a backup. He started the postseason as a backup behind Stuart Skinner, but this is his net now, and he has outplayed Aiden Hill so far in this series. So I'm not counting out Vegas yet. They were a strong team on the road this regular season. They're just a couple years removed from winning the Stanley Cup. They have a lot of winners and pedigree on the squad, so they can certainly get back into the series. But losing 2 games at home and now having to go to Edmonton, which is a rocking place. It's a tough venue to play a hockey game for a road team. You got to feel pretty good as an Oilers fan right now.
I told Joe this earlier. I covered the Blackhawks from 2012 to 2018. So there were a lot of deep playoff runs in there, Chris.
Yeah.
I never remember even those teams that won multiple Stanley Cups going down as much as Edmonton does and still finding a way to win. I'm going to ask a question that might sound a little weird, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Are they better when they're behind? Does that make any sense? Like, are they better when they have to play from behind?
It's strange, right? Some teams just feel, I guess, better when they're down in a game. Nobody's ever going to say that. No player, no coaching staff will say that they're more comfortable playing from behind. Some teams struggle with the lead. It's different, you know, especially younger teams. I think about the Montreal Canadiens as a team that started off slow in a lot of their games down the stretch of the season, but were able to come back. When they had a lead, they weren't able to keep it. Usually, you know, the luck runs out, but this is a Stanley Cup playoff record that's 6 comeback wins. I know that Vegas came back in the third last night, but Vegas opened up the scoring and were winning that game. So there's another come from behind victory for the Edmonton Oilers. They have a lot of experience on the squad as well, right? They went to the Stanley Cup Finals last year, lost in Game 7 to the Florida Panthers. So when they get down in a game, you know, you can never count them out because of Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid. But I look at the secondary scoring that they have right now at the moment. Other guys are stepping up for them. Evander Kane didn't play all regular season. He missed game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. He hit the score sheet again last night. He has 5 points in 7 games. Hyman didn't have a great regular season, some regression compared to the year before. He has 7 points in 8 games in the playoffs, points in each game against the Golden Knights in this series. And then Nugent Hopkins has 8 points during a 6-game point streak. So that is a second line that is contributing along with the 2-star power players that they have in McDavid and Draisaitl. But yeah, it's weird. Sometimes you just see a team, you know, turn it up when they're down in a game, and that's what we've seen so far from the Oilers. But sometimes that will catch up to you moving forward.
Chris, we were chatting offline a little bit, and I wanted to bring it to the era just about the plan of attack. Like we've addressed this throughout the playoffs during our conversations, but based on how we've seen things play out, like there are some player prop markets that are tough. There's no value. That you're kind of thinking, okay, I want to stay away from here, but maybe people should take a look at this specific market. What are you targeting?
Yeah, I'm taking a look tonight at Florida and Toronto, and it's easy to look at some of these Florida players in terms of shot props like Carter Verhaeghe and Sam Bennett over 2.5 shots. They have 16 shot attempts each. And you look up and down the Florida Panthers lineup, there's several players that have double-digit shot attempts in this series, and there's just one for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and that's Austin Matthews, who leads all players in the series with 17 shot attempts at 5-5. But you look at the 5-5 numbers overall, and I understand that Toronto is up 2-0 in this series, but the shot attempts in favor of the Panthers, 123-66. The scoring chances are 63-27. The high danger chances are 27-14. But yet the goals are 8-4 in favor of Toronto at 5-5. But I look at Florida overall, and they're heavy favorites here for Game 3 at home. This is a team that only Carolina had more home wins in the Eastern Conference than Florida this season. Florida led the NHL in shots at home, and I look at shot attempts percentage at 5-5 this year in the playoffs rather. And Toronto is 15th out of 16 teams. So Florida we're going to see their best effort tonight. They're going to throw everything towards Joseph Woll, who's filled in for Anthony Stolarz, who's sidelined with an injury. And in 4.5 periods, Florida has 6 goals. But the market that you're talking about that I'm taking a look at is block shots, right? We talk about it all the time in the NBA. We know that the shot attempts are going to be there for Florida. Are they going to be on net? Toronto does a great job of getting in the shooting lanes. Take a look at Chris Tanev for over 2.5 blocks. You can ladder him up to 4, maybe 5 blocks. He has 10 blocks in 2 games, 5 in each of the first 2 games of this series. He leads Toronto in block shots. He plays against all the top players. He's on that first penalty kill unit as well. And also Morgan Riley, who's plus money for 3 blocks. He has 7 blocks in 2 games, 3 and 4. So it's a different way of looking at things. I do expect to see 3+ shots for Sam Bennett and Carter Verhaeghe and potentially Alexander Barkov. But I take a look at some of these Toronto blue liners who are just eating up pucks so far in this series because despite being up 2-0, Florida has been the better team at 5-5.
Despite being up 2-0, Toronto also only minus 200 to win the series. That's really low considering Edmonton is also up 2-0 and they're minus 550. Now, obviously Edmonton goes back home, so the math is a little bit more in their favor, but the book's still not quite sure about Toronto. How confident are you, scale of 1 to 10, that they can win 2 more?
I'm probably like a 6. Like, I still don't count out this Florida team. I mean, you mentioned the numbers there, and you alluded to it. One team's going, back home up 2-0. The other team is going back home down, 2-0. And, the old saying goes across all the sports, especially in the NBA and the NHL. I would think in the NHL more so than the NBA is you're not out of it until you lose at home. And I just mentioned the Florida Panthers being such a strong home team. And let's not forget the Toronto Maple Leafs, yes, they got by Ottawa, but it took them 3 games, 3 elimination games. And up until they won Game 6 against the Sens, the core that they currently have with Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner and John Tavares and William Nylander, they were 1-13 in elimination games before they finally punched their ticket to the second round. So this team does lack some killer instinct. I'll say that it does feel different. It feels different. This is the longest run that this core has been on, and it's just 6 wins in the playoffs. But it does feel different with Berube behind the bench, who's won a Stanley Cup. Mentioned Tanev, who's played a lot of playoff hockey against top opponents in his career. And then we're seeing a breakout campaign from Matthew Knies and secondary scoring from Max Pacioretty, who's done it across multiple teams like the Canadiens and the Golden Knights in the postseason, and Max Domi, who scored as well. So it does feel a little different, but I still have the Florida Panthers winning this series, and they're going to have to do it in 6 or 7, that's for sure, and they're going to have to get a win tonight.
With Chris Meany, NHL.com. Join the rush this season with a Stanley Cup Playoffs Odds Boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet at BetMGM. Also tonight, Chris, we've got Dallas and Winnipeg. Stars up 1-0. Winnipeg, the short favorite tonight. It's one of the series where we have a lower total. That Edmonton-Vegas total, 6.5. It flies over yesterday with all the scoring in the overtime session. 5.5, though, between Dallas and Winnipeg. How do you view this one?
Yeah, I think, just like Carolina and Carolina and Washington, I think this series is going to be low scoring as well. Like Jake Ottinger's been fantastic all year long, great in the postseason. He was really good against the Colorado Avalanche. He still is among the leaders in high danger saves and mid-range saves because of all the pucks that Colorado put towards the goal. And Connor Hellebuck has certainly struggled. But, I thought he settled down in Game 7 against the Blues. He made some big saves in overtime, and I thought he was pretty good in Game 1 against Dallas. So I think we'll see goals, the 5.5 total between Florida and Toronto. In this series, I don't think we'll see a lot of offense. I like the Dallas Stars, though. This is the most complete team, I do believe, in the NHL. Jason Robertson came back in Game 1. You expect a little bit more ice time for him in his second game here in the postseason. And Mikko Rantanen is just on a heck of a run. He has a goal and an assist on 12 straight Dallas Stars goals, which is a Stanley Cup playoff record. He had the 4-point second period in Game 6 against the Avs. He had the 4-point third period, including a hat trick in Game 7. He's got back-to-back hat tricks. Expected to get a point according to Vegas tonight, but take a look at his center, Rupe Hintz. He's got a pretty good number for points. He's second on the team in shots and points behind his wing, Mikko Rantanen, so you can kind of piggyback off Mikko Rantanen for him to hit the score sheet. He had team high 7 shot attempts at 5-5 in Game 1. He had 7 overall, and Mikko Rantanen had 7 overall. So take a look at that duo tonight to hit the score sheet, get plus money for both of those players to have a point.
I just don't care about that series, man. And here's why. Not to downplay what you just said, but I had Avs and I had Blues Saturday and Sunday, and it was just pow, pow. In fact, I had a listener send me an e-card that said "Get well soon" after that 2-game stretch. Just tough. I mean, as a bettor, this is a betting show. It's very difficult for me to get wrapped in that series when I hate both teams. Joe asked me, what do you think? I'm like, I don't even care, Chris. I don't care.
Yeah, it's tough. If you're a Blues fan, I had the Blues in 7 as well. So, that was extremely tough. They had a 2-goal lead with 3 minutes left in the game. I thought that they played a pretty good road game despite, the third period push that Winnipeg had. And then, even late, I don't want to rub salt in the wound, but, of course, even late in that, it was like 5 seconds left and it looked like nothing was going to happen. And then, bang, 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 pucks in the back of the net. It was a remarkable goal. And just with 2 seconds left, they were able to tie that and win it. So it's tough. It doesn't have the same sort of physical presence that Winnipeg and St. Louis had. St. Louis in Game 1 against the Jets had more hits in just the first period than Dallas had in all of Game 1 against the Jets. So it's a little bit of a different feel. The Stars they're not as heavy as most teams, but they come out to you with waves and a lot of skill. But yeah, don't shy away. I think that this series certainly will be entertaining.
A couple more minutes with Chris Meany here. So the Oilers are favored, slight favorite, but they are favored to go up 3-0. What do you think? Does VGK put up a fight?
Oh, definitely. They will put up a fight. Yeah. And I think just like Florida for tonight, seeing their best effort, I think we'll see the same sort of deal with the Vegas Golden Knights. Again, I think they let one slip yesterday. They were dominated in Game 1. There's no question. The Oilers probably played their best game in weeks in that opening round. But I would, watching what I saw in Game 2, Vegas made some adjustments. They went back to an old line with Barbashev, with Eichel and Stone. I thought Jack Eichel had a phenomenal game last night, despite McDavid walking him at the blue line and sending it over to Draisaitl. I thought he was really good in that game. I just look at Aiden Hill. He just really needs to be better. He needs to be better than Calvin Pickard. Pickard is beatable. He's won some games here. The Oilers are on a bit of a run, but they've scored a lot of goals. He's had a lot of offense, a lot of support. So I think that it's a good buying window. You want to take a shot on Vegas because I do believe that they have an opportunity to come back. It's a long number for them to not only win this series, but maybe win the Western Conference. And as I mentioned earlier, they're just a couple of years removed from winning the Stanley Cup. And they played the Oilers in I believe was the second round on their way to winning the Cup just a couple of years ago. So they've had some success in Edmonton. I would not count them out.
We have about a minute to go. You got 2 games tonight, 2 games tomorrow. You've been pretty solid with these players that you've circled. Anybody tonight or tomorrow you like for a goal, a point, an apple, anything like that?
Yeah, so for tonight, again, with Mikko Rantanen, I think you just ride the hot wave with Mikko, maybe a Rupe Hintz point or Rupe Hintz assist. I would take a look at Gabe Velarde on that top line with Mark Scheifele and Kyle Connor for a point, some pretty good value for him. On the Florida side, I would be looking at some shot props, just given the shot attempts that they've had so far in the series and what Toronto has given up at 5-5. So take a look at Carter Verhaeghe and Sam Bennett for 3 shots. Carter Verhaeghe to hit the score sheet for a point up on that top line in the first power play unit. And then I would look at Chris Tanev for blocks. As for tomorrow, Svechnikov has been pretty solid at home in these playoffs. He leads all Hurricanes players in shots and shot attempts. He's inside the top 5 overall in shot attempts. It's going to be a low-scoring series, so I wouldn't get too involved in the goals, but take a look at Svechnikov for some shots, and then Jack Eichel tomorrow night for the Vegas Golden Knights.
Great stuff as always, Chris. Chris Meany over on X. Check him out, NHL.com, NHL Fantasy, and Edge Stats over there. List of losers update, but also there's a Bill Belichick update on what's happening at North Carolina. That's next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you. Oh man, it's wild today. It's wild. I can't wait to get to apparently what was going on the morning show. This is what happens on the BetMGM network on a Friday. All right, we've got a list of losers update. We're going to see if there's any other names that we should be adding to our list at this juncture. We check back in every 2 to 3 weeks. And one guy that we like to fade, Hendricks, he is going on the bump today. I know Sammy was taking a look at that game. But there's a Bill Belichick update. Like, we've been getting these periodically. It's wild because this is a guy that always stayed out of the limelight, and he would never talk to any reporters. And now he's everywhere. This past football season, you turn on any media outlet, and there he was doing a show. Every city that carries CW, he's got a football show there, doing weekly hits on all sorts of high-profile shows, high-profile networks, and even CBS Sunday Morning most recently. It's been a strange road. In the Boston area, before we get to the latest on this, are people still kind of obsessed with it, or are they just like, he's so gone, it's sad, and they don't really want to talk about it much?
I listened to a good amount of Boston radio yesterday. They talked 90% about the Celtics. And believe it or not, a lot of the hosts were saying they're still going to win the series, which I didn't expect. But they were, picking at the low-hanging fruit. They were making fun of Tatum for just being a chucker. You're up 14. He's still shooting fadeaway threes. They also use my joke, which I believe I said first many years ago. I'll never forget. It was like Game 6 of the NBA Finals. The Warriors were about to put the Celtics out of their misery. And there was B-roll of Jason Tatum the morning of Game 6 getting lined up at the barber. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's what you want to see going into an elimination game. Your best player, getting a haircut day of the game. They were talking about that, and one of the guys was like, hey, at least he looks good. And I'm like, yeah, he does. He's always clean. The hair's always good. And then they spent the other 10%.
Missoula. No Missoula?
No, they bashed Missoula from the late game stuff for sure. Yeah,
no timeout.
That's the low hanging fruit. Well, then Missoula also admitted that they ran the same play at the end of the game. So they run the play. Tatum gets the dunk to take the lead. Then Brunson comes down, gets fouled, hits the free throws. They ran the same play. And then Missoula openly admitted it in the post game. And the hosts are like, why would you admit that? Like, there's a problem that you don't think that that's a problem. But the other 10% was on Devers, which I do want to get to at some point in the next 35 minutes. The Devers stuff is wild. Wild how he's now saying, I'm not playing first base. So I do want to get to that. I imagine there will be a little bit more Belichick today in Boston radio because the Celtics don't play until Saturday. And I don't think they're going to spend 4 hours on Rafi Devers on these shows. But I'm guessing there's going to be some Belichick talk today for sure.
Yeah. I would assume that for sure. I don't even ask why. I was flipping through yesterday, speaking of the Celtics, and I stopped on FS1, and there's Nick Wright in all his glory. And then the graphic bottom left corner was a picture of Tatum, and it says, "Don't go Jason Waterfalls," the TLC song. I was like, oh my God, they're stretching. It made me laugh, but they're really stretching as far as that goes. All right, Jake. This is Pablo Torre, I guess from his show, talking about Gertz checks in. That's a bad graphic because he works with our graphics here. He doesn't like what they're doing over at FS1 apparently. But here's Pablo Torre with what he's getting from sources over at North Carolina. Your latest Bill Belichick update.
Two sources at the University of North Carolina tell me that there has been a decision, it was made last week, by the higher-ups inside the athletic department that had hired Bill Belichick to be the highest-paid public employee, not just coach, in the state of North Carolina at $10 million a year. And that decision was that Jordan Hudson is no longer allowed in the football building.
Okay.
She is not allowed on the football field.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, don't think you'll be hearing much from Jordan moving forward.
Dang, not in the building?
Banned. Apparently banned. I'm assuming athletic director, maybe. Maybe it goes to the president. I don't know. That's the sort of embarrassment this has reached. If true, I'm taking Pablo Torre's not a guy that's just looking for clicks, looking to break a story. He doesn't have that rep in the business, and I'm buying it that it's gotten so bad that they're like, look, she can't be here. This circus, do what you want in your private life, but it's not going to continue on our grounds.
I thought the tweet was even more telling, though, because we just played the audio clip. The tweet from Pablo's show also adds this part at the bottom. One Belichick family source adds, quote, "There is deep worry for how detrimental Jordan can be for not just North Carolina, but Bill's legacy, reputation, everything. Everything he has built and worked for over decades." That is a damning part of the story that didn't quite make the audio clip. But, I mean, who's leaking that? Which Belichick family source is throwing that out there?
We're there, right? Like, we're there. This is not a revelation. Haven't we had this conversation as well? But now that it's coming out from the family, I think everybody in the media space has had this conversation. That, yeah, a little late to the party. The damage is done. You better do something. You better respond. And, you know, my first reaction was, we all want to know who did this, who made this call. Was it a group? Was it Lombardi, his buddy Lombardi, actually approaching Bill Belichick and be like, Bill, this is bad. It's getting really bad. And he just released his book too. Like the legacy, it's starting to impact it. This people, we always laugh at bettors that bet what they saw last. People also remember what they saw last much more. And I don't think it's ridiculous to say that this could tarnish his legacy, because that's how bad this has gotten. So somebody is stepping in. Part of me wonders if it's Belichick stepping in, being like, look, I can't do this. I can't make this call for whatever reason, but maybe we should divide things here, because I can't get any work done. I can't. So if you could make this stand, then, you know, we could have this separation. Maybe they're going through tough times. I don't know how you don't go through tough times with the personality that I've seen out of that woman.
So I want to be careful here, but I also want to tell a personal story, because I don't want to talk about her like that and Bill like that. But when I was 25, 26, I dated a girl that was absolutely insane. But you kept it going because there were things about the relationship, wink, wink, that were A+. So that has to be, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to say it so I don't get in trouble, but there are things that probably Bill has never experienced before that are happening. And I think that phase is still sort of going on right now, but he's not aware enough. Does he just not care what people think? I don't understand how he's the most aware football coach maybe of all time. He knows everything around him. He knows every detail. He knows every block. He knows everything about everything. How is he this unaware about this situation? That's what's mind-boggling to me. When he shows up to the 60 Minutes thing, or not the 60 Minutes thing, the CBS Sunday Morning thing, with the tattered shirt with the hole in it, how does he not look in the mirror before that interview and think to himself, I need to change this shirt. I need to fix my hair. You know, it's baffling to me. It's baffling.
Yeah. But then when they asked him about some of the social media posts and them on the beach, and, you know, he's laying down and she's on top of his feet above him, it looked to me like he didn't know everybody saw that. He didn't know. Well, she handles the social media. She put some stuff out there. I don't remember. He's Insta face. He didn't know what any of it is. He doesn't. I don't think he's aware that the entire free world is seeing all of his private life stuff that she's putting out there. I honestly think he has no idea about some of it.
She's also clearly not running, but she has access to the North Carolina football social media account. That is very obvious. And there have been people that have tweeted screen grabs of them. Like, granted, like, I'm not for talking smack about her like all day, every day, but she has a lot of things that you could definitely make fun of, including the way she spells her first name. But I've seen several times now where somebody has tweeted something lightly funny, not like over the top rude, but like funny, like about the age gap and about all this stuff. And they are banned within minutes from the Carolina football account. Banned, blocked. An administrator's not going to block that account. A social media intern is not going to block somebody from making a Jordan Hudson joke. That's got to be Jordan Hudson with access to the Carolina football account, correct?
Yeah, I would
Why?
say so.
Why does she have access to that? Why? It makes no sense.
Do you remember before the hire even became official that people were tracking that and she was following the North Carolina football account before he was even named head coach? Like there was all that stuff going on. There's no doubt she has access. I think that's been pretty proven, even though, they haven't said it.
Well, she's been given a clearance level that nobody should have, let alone the girlfriend of the head coach. But I mean, she's not
just an update on this really fast. Carolina made a statement, and Nicole Auerbach made a tweet literally 8 minutes ago. Statement from Carolina Athletics. While Jordan Hudson is not an employee at the University of Carolina Athletics, she is welcome to the Carolina football facilities. Jordan will continue to manage all activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his responsibilities for Carolina football and the university. That was 8 minutes ago.
Wow.
Oh, so Bill stepped in.
So Bill is saying Pablo is lying.
I don't think Pablo's lying. I think something happened and it was put to a stop, or something was in the works. What do you think? What is your first, look, we're just guessing here. We're on the outside looking in, just like all of you. But I don't think Tori ran with something that was garbage.
All I'm thinking about is her on Bill's back with stilettos right now. Like, that's like about, I don't know what else. Like, that has to be like the weirdest, there has to be some weird stuff going on, man. Just weird.
Yeah. Man, there's so much here. Jake, what do you think? You're the social media expert. You're much closer to Jordan's age. What do you think is going on here?
Jake's trying to recover right now from what's happened this segment.
Yeah. Sam has said two things this segment that have sent me to the moon.
Yeah.
Which I agree with both.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you.
As somebody that has also dated some questionable personalities, I'm with Sam on this one.
That what? What are you with him on?
Everything
about him experiencing things
all
that he's
of
never experienced.
Oh
yes,
yeah.
Or
Bill has had his eyes opened, so to speak, over the last couple of months. If I had to guess,
yes,
some revelations. Really hope my mother is not listening to this segment.
We'll talk during the break.
Same here, buddy. Same. Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
You didn't. You didn't go into any detail.
I'm just saying what everybody's thinking. Give me a break.
It's obvious.
Right.
It's obvious.
Sam is not the first person to say this.
There's a pair of handcuffs in that room, all right? Like, everybody knows it. You know it. You know it.
Stilettos, handcuffs.
Jake's gone. We've lost Jake.
What do you mean I know it? Yeah, there's probably a lot of stuff in there.
Okay, as I always try and do, let's
Red
bring
ball.
it back. Let's bring it back to betting. Can we? Let's bring it back to betting. 7.5
UNC
wins.
under.
Over. I think over. I think Bill is reinvigorated. I think Bill's on a mission here in more ways than one. The schedule also stinks too. Schedule's bad.
Is he gonna quit? They try to ban his girl, apparently. Is he fake stepping in? Like he's pretending like, oh, I'm not gonna let them do that to you, honey. Oh, this is so good. So good.
The
I
crazy
need more
part
of
is
this.
we still have months until the season. The season doesn't start until the end of August.
They're going to go over. Everybody's betting the under. They're going to go over. The schedule's
That's what
brutal.
I agree.
Yeah,
If
I
he
know,
could
I
stop
know.
if he could stop NFL quarterbacks, what's he going to do to 19 and 20-year-old kids?
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. And just even with average talent. Yeah, the coaching that they're going to get, you're not going to see stupidity. Yeah, I get it. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning bets are next on the BetMGM Network. What a segment.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, just trying to make it to the end of the week without getting fired. Don't know if we'll be successful or not. We've got a handful of minutes to go. Lightning bets coming your way in a few minutes. Look, man, I kind of forgot about it just because Paul's not here. It hasn't been top of mind. But there was something that that came across in the group chat yesterday that you pointed out right away. I wasn't near my phone when this was going on, so I was a few texts behind when I caught up. Something you called out, and then I checked. I'm like, wait, what? What is he talking about? Oh, yeah. Why don't you explain what you pointed out to the entire group yesterday? It makes sense, but it's also insane to me.
Paul sent a screen grab of a text, which was nothing crazy about the text that he sent, but he didn't clip the time off at the top of the text. A lot of people do that. They just go to the name, or they cut the name out and show the text at hand, and then everybody reacts to the text. Well, Paul had the notion to not only have 16% battery and the phone slowly dying, but he has military time at the top left corner. So he operates not 1 to 12 a.m. p.m. He operates 1 to 23:59. And I sniped it right away. Like, the reaction should have been about the text, but my instant reaction was military time, huh? And then you jump in and say, I can't with the military.
I didn't want to just bury him, but look, I've worked with Paul for a long, long time. The number of times that a guest has hopped on an hour early or not been there because they thought it was an hour later, it's happened a good amount of times. Let's just say that. And there's always the time zone confusion. Okay, that makes sense. Somebody on the East Coast time, somebody mixed up, or say they're out west. We have to have them later on in the show. Like, you'll notice if we have people out from Vegas, California, Arizona, whatever, they'll come on in the last hour of the show because it's very early out there when we're on the air. That makes sense. But the time zone confusion now is in clear focus. I think it's him. It's like there's too much going on with the military time. The East Coast, that's an easy adjustment. Mountain, Pacific time, easy adjustments. But maybe the miscommunication is because he's running on military time, and I don't know why. I need an explanation why he's running on military time.
For a sports radio producer to operate on military time is a vibe, as kids would say, as Jake would say. It's a vibe for sure.
It's insane. Insane. But Jake, you said that none of this was surprising to you. Why? This is so crazy to me.
Don't get me wrong. I think it's outrageous that he's doing it. But it's just everything that we know about Paul, world traveler, just how he operates. I just feel like in my brain, I already knew that he works on military time. Like it makes sense knowing everything that we know about Paul. I do think it's outrageous. I love you, Paul, but like it's like you said, outrageous trying to like book guests and be like, okay, that's like double the conversions you have to do now instead of okay, I'm in Central Time, East Coast guest, add an hour. Like instead it's like, okay, what time is it? I don't like it's a wild move. I do respect it though.
Yeah, not on military time. I can't do it. I know Gertch is not on military time.
But it's also when he is traveling the world, how does he plan anything? Like,
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just wild. It was insane.
I caught it
Insane
right away, too.
Yeah, Sam, that was instant. Like, it was right away.
With so many things to respond to in the text itself. But no.
But also, here's the other part of it. You said a lot of times people will clip the top part out with the battery percentage and, whatever else. He clipped the bottom part. He didn't clip the top that had the military time and the battery percentage. Maybe he wanted us to make fun of him about that. I kind of think he did. I kind of think he wanted somebody to say something about 16% in the military time because he did take that extra effort to clip the bottom.
I will say, Paul is a rock-solid team guy, though.
There's no doubt.
Unlike Rafi Devers. Rafi Devers.
You were going somewhere else.
I thought I was catching another shot. I thought I was catching another one.
I thought a fill-in host was catching a stray. I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, no. Let me play Yaz piano for everybody. Here's what I wanted to say about Devers. He, during spring training, told the team he was not going to DH because the team brought in Alex Bregman to play third. And Devers was going to the plan was from the organization, he was going to DH. So now Tristan Casas is hurt, and he's going to miss a lot of time for the Red Sox. Supposedly, the GM and the brass now wants Devers to play first base. And he doesn't want to do that either. So for a guy that just signed a $300+ million contract to be here double-digit years, to tell a team 2 times in 3 months that I'm not doing this and I'm not doing that, how long do you think he's going to be in Boston? Huh?
Yeah.
Bad look.
They're going on how many months now? This is still an issue. Still an issue. Okay. How do you feel about the Red Sox overall for the season, though? I still see people that like them for the division.
No, not me. You also brought up Bayo yesterday, and Bayo's on my list of losers.
Yep.
Bayo went 4 2/3 yesterday, 4 hits, 5 walks, no earned runs. Joe, that guy is playing with fire, and he continues to get away with it. His ERA went down to 2.01. You brought up yesterday his expected ERA was in the high 4s or low 5s. 5 walks, 4 hits, no runs. That's almost impossible. He's going to be a fade very soon. Very, very soon.
That's exactly what we're looking for. Yeah, we were going nuts on the Belichick stuff, so we didn't get time to squeeze in some names, but you mentioned Bayo there. Jake, let me throw this name out to you too, because some of the numbers I don't like. They may look good now, but I don't know long term that they're going to stand. What about Seth Lugo? What do you think of him? Because there are he's got a sub-3 ERA, but then all the other numbers are north of 4. Got a pretty high, the strand rate's about normal. But batting average of balls and plays is way too low. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep this up.
I actually do think he'll be able to keep it up just because he's always kind of been like this. He's always been one of those guys that the peripherals don't always exactly match up. I'm not saying he's going to finish second in Cy Young voting again, but I don't think there's a huge fall off coming for Seth Lugo, especially because the Royals have a pretty solid defense, like upper half of the league defensively behind him as well. And the guy throws 9 pitches. Like there are hitters up there that just straight up don't know what pitch is coming next. So I think he should be fine. I think he's solid. I think he's a solid number 2 starter. I think you just got to play the matchups when it comes to him. Like if he's going against a good team with good matchups and history against him, play on him. But he's not a blind fade for me.
Sam, let's get to the lightning bets before we run out of time. What you got?
I went to town on the Celtics to win the series. I laid -115 yesterday. You can still lay -120 at multiple places. I think they win the series still. I didn't go to town on the title. I thought about it long and hard yesterday. We got off the air and I was thinking, man, title. I feel good about series and I feel good about sharing that. Boston Celtics will beat the Knicks in this series. You could lay -120 right now. If they win game 3, which, oh, by the way, they're a 5.5-point favorite, they're going to go to -200. They win game 4, if they're going to go to -350. And then you could do whatever you want from there. You could take the Knicks at a plus price and roll it. You're going to be in a good spot. Bet Boston to win the series. They're going to win game 3, and I think they're going to take off from there. The only other bet I'm going to make is in hockey. Tomorrow, give me Vegas and give me +110 on the Golden Knights.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
I'm just because I actually have a hockey bet and I wrote down the Knights. I see a +115 out there. So that's why I'm
got to
laughing.
do it.
That's why I'm laughing. Yeah, so I guess it's a show bet. So totally with you there. Betting Nembhard tonight over 18.5 points and assists for the Indiana Pacers. And let's take the Nuggets. +5.5 tonight. Don't know that they're going to win, but do like them to keep it close. You know, even whether it's the upset or the favorite winning, none of these games are close to the number. None of them. I think we'll start to get that a little bit moving forward. So I'm going to take Denver +5.5. Jake, what you got?
I am very excited to bet. Not talking about Bill Belichick over here. Talking about Hunter Brown against the Reds today. Very excited to bet him. And to answer a question that we were talking about with the Red Sox, I'm out on the Red Sox. Vibes are atrocious. Like, the vibes were atrocious coming into the year when Cassis was saying, we don't need these young guys. We don't need Roman Anthony, the number 1 overall prospect in baseball. Yeah, well, then Tristan Cassis' knee exploded. So how's that working out? And now Devers is saying, oh, I don't want to play first. I'll take my glove and go home. Like, they asked him to move, to play DH when they signed Bregman. He said, no, I want my glove. I want to play in the field. Now they're saying, okay, grab your glove, kid. We want you at first. He said, I don't want my glove anymore. So, like, pick a lane, buddy.
Did PJ Glasser get Wally Pitt by you?
No, I heard rumors that it was Papal Peach. He was second in line for the papacy, whatever. But
are
he's
you
coming
doing
back.
that full hour today?
Full hour today, last one of the week, and then the Jake hour ends, for better or for worse.
For now.
Okay. Check
For
out
now.
Jake.
The Jake Hour,
RIP.
1 o'clock Eastern. Still waiting on the neon sign. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats. We'll talk Monday right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.